Chapter 1643. Not only did Bronson violate the taboo, but he also used a woman's body to conduct experiments and developed the GARM series of automaton. He even modified Flay's body and modified her heart. This was what Bronson had done to his own daughter. Not only did he deceive Flay and make her go to the battlefield of the night gathering in order to ensure that the GARM series automaton could survive, forcing her to have no choice but to kill Leijin. He even modified Flay's body. Was this something a father could do? Divine Works has long since decided to abandon the GARM automaton. However, they're still using the comparison of performance as a reason to send Flay to the battlefield. Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His emotionless voice echoed in the surroundings. Divine Works didn't ask you to join the night meeting to compare the performance of the GARM series automaton and the Angel series automaton, right? These words were obviously directed at Rocky, who was standing at the back with an ugly expression on his face. Perhaps, Bronson really did want you to seize the throne of the Demon King. He wanted Divine Works to obtain the right to research the taboo. But Flay was doing an experiment. At that instant, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kimberly and the others almost didn't understand what Wu Yan meant by experiment. They only understood after a while. It was an experiment to see if Flay's heart could operate normally and produce results. Kimberly raised her head abruptly and enunciated each word clearly. Pro-lusty children. Loki's shoulders trembled strongly. They're born with powerful magic power. Their bodies also possess extremely high magic power affinity. No matter if they're puppeteers or magicians, they're all excellent species. The probability of them being born is 1 in a million. Kimberly's sharp gaze landed on Loki. You and Flay are both pro-confused children created by the people of the Divine Works. Am I right? Nagisa looked like she was punched in the face. Her petite body swayed. Astria's face turned a little pale. Ikaro's eyes fluctuated. Even Natsuki furrowed her brows. Artificial pro-camouflage children. Because there was no way to be born with powerful magic power. That's why the heart was installed with a magic circuit that forcibly produced magic power. It was modified into a mechanical heart. It was used to replace the deficiency in this part. Due to the mechanical heart's operation, the body took on too much of the burden, and the pigment was destroyed. That's why the hair turned pearl white, the pupils turned red and the skin turned white. This was the origin of the artificial pro-camouflage children. This was also the origin of Flay and Loki. Liar. Nagisa covered her mouth as if she would vomit if she didn't do so. Her eyes filled with tears. Is it really possible to modify human beings? Why can't? Kimberly said calmly. Wouldn't it be a tempting idea to mass-produce the pro-camouflage children, who are born with magic power and destined to become extraordinary puppeteers and magicians? Mechanically modify the hearts of ordinary people to create pro-camouflage children. If it succeeds, we'll have an item that's destined to have a certain power in the future. If it fails, we can still use the organs that haven't completely died to make an automaton. Natsuki's voice slowly turned cold as well. That's how the automaton of the GARM series was born, isn't it? If the modification succeeds, everything will be fine. Even if the modification fails, we can still use it to create a forbidden doll. It's a good deal without any waste. It's a good plan for a new mechanic workshop, isn't it? Everyone fell silent. Without a doubt, an emotion similar to anger quietly spread in the hearts of these people, including Loki. If that's the case, why did Miss Flay's heart activate during the battle between Big Bro and Miss Flay's brother? Nagisa bit her lips. Based on Big Bro's words, isn't that damned Bronson trying to test Miss Flay's heart's function during the night meeting? No one answered Nagisa's question. However, Natsuki, Kimberly, and Loki seemed to have guessed the answer. They turned to look at Wu Yan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yan opened his wine-red eyes. Bronson did something to Flay's body and made her heart activate when I was fighting with Loki. He also did something to Ruby's body and made the berserk Robbie lock onto me and kill me. What? Nagisa sucked in a cold breath of air. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astria had a cold glint in their eyes. Only Kimberly looked at Wu Yan with surprise. Why did he want to kill you? I have something on him. Wu Yan smiled as if he was talking about someone else. But he can't touch me, a student of the academy. Otherwise, the autonomous academy has the right to execute him. So he made that little girl's heart go out of control and her automaton went berserk to kill you. Natsuki pouted. In this way, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the blame can be pushed to the automaton and even that little girl, right? Hearing this, before anyone could react, Loki turned around and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor with Cherub in tow. Where are you going? Kimberly spoke in an extremely calm tone as if she had seen through Loki's thoughts. Let me remind you, if you plan to bring your automaton out of the academy, not only will your automaton be confiscated and disassembled, you will also be expelled. By then, you will no longer be qualified to participate in the night meeting. Loki's footsteps stopped abruptly. Just as Kimberly had said, Loki was planning to bring his automaton out of the academy. It's good to fight for your sister, but if you're just going to be beaten up, nothing will change. Kimberly sighed and warned Loki. What's more, you're no match for Bronson. As his adopted son and a puppet user personally trained by him, you should know this very well, shouldn't you? Loki didn't say anything. It was a while before he replied. Although I am humble and forgiving, there are 3 kinds of people I can never forgive. Those who order me around, those who resist me, and Loki turned around and revealed a cold smile. Bastards who schemed against my sister and tried to push her into the abyss. This time, not only were the other girls surprised, but even Natsuki was surprised. Didn't Loki hate Flay so much that he killed Robbie just to make her give up on the night meeting? However, judging from the unconcealable rage in Loki's eyes when he said those words, it was obvious he wasn't lying. What was going on? You're quite smart. Kimberly hugged her arms. But as a professor of the school, do you think I'll just watch you break the rules? Before Loki could reply, Wu Yen suddenly spoke. In that case, I can go out without the automaton, right? Kimberly and Loki were both stunned when they heard this. Chapter 1644. Liverpool Mechanized City. In the outskirts of Liverpool, some distance away from the mechanized city of Liverpool, there were several buildings that looked like rich farmers' mansions standing in the middle of an empty field. It was surrounded by a wall. It was completely made of thick and unadorned stone bricks. There were a few stone buildings that looked like ancient stone castles. It was very imposing, but it was simple and unadorned like a farmer's house. Inside the wall, there was a silo that looked like a clock tower, a stone building that looked like a house, a tall tower that looked like a castle, and a livestock house made of stone. At first glance, such a place looked like a farm that specialized in raising livestock and breeding meat. However, on the signboard at the entrance of the wall, the words orphanage were clearly written. However, if this was an orphanage, the situation inside was too out of place. Inside the building, there were men with hunting rifles in their hands and uniform patrolling the area vigilantly. The security was extremely tight, and some of them even brought along automatons that were obviously made up of machines. They didn't let their guard down for even a second as they kept their vigilance on the surroundings. Did an orphanage have to be so heavily guarded? Even if it was the army that protected the military provisions and transported the provisions, it would be more or less guarded. Therefore, if one were to carefully observe this farm-like orphanage, one would be surprised. Everything here was so out of place with the word orphanage. It was very suspicious. In one of these suspicious buildings, Bronson was standing there with his hands behind his back. Behind him were people in white coats, who looked like doctors and experts. The building was pitch black and there was no light at all. The surrounding doors and windows, except for the entrance. The rest of the building was surrounded by iron fences. Other than the iron fences on the doors and windows, there was no furniture or utensils. There were only 2 rows of iron cages. Inside the iron cages, the cages were of different sizes, shapes and breeds. There were all kinds of Great Danes, Golden Retrievers, Shepherd dogs, Doberman dogs, Collies, and even mixed breed hunting dogs, police dogs, and military dogs. They were all mercilessly locked up. They were lying listlessly in the iron cages. Their fur was slightly dull, as if they had not been carefully taken care of for some time. Their spirits were also extremely low. Their eyes were tightly shut, and only their ears and noses were moving, proving that they were alive. Apart from that, the limbs and shoulders of these various breeds of dogs were equipped with steel-like armor. Automaton. Although they were of different breeds, these automatons were all modified from real dogs and implanted with breasts. They were the same model as Rabi, the Garm series of automatons. In other words, these automatons, lying listlessly in the iron cages, were all Flay's family members whom she had risked her life to save. At this moment, Bronson was standing in the middle of the Garm series automaton, which was locked in an iron cage like a prisoner. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at these canines. The Garm series of automaton was once the proud work of Bronson's Divine Works. It was because of these proud works that Divine Works was able to obtain the exclusive right to operate the sonic manipulation. It was also the reason why Divine Works was able to enter the eyes of the British government and become a strong candidate for the next generation's main mechanical force. But now, these automaton were just a bunch of eyesore dogs in Bronson's eyes. Not only did they require a certain amount of funds to maintain, but their performance was also slowly falling out of Bronson's sight. They were also very unstable. Once the secret of their creation was discovered, Bronson would be arrested. How could Bronson find these dog-shaped automatons pleasing to the eye? Not to mention, all of them were now being used by others to threaten him. If it was not for the fact that he had not confirmed Wu Yan's death, Bronson would have declared these eyesore automaton useless. He would have cut them into pieces and thrown them into the sewers. That's right. The reason why Flay's mechanical heart suddenly went out of control was indeed because of Bronson. If Flay lost control during the duel with Loki and Rabi suddenly barged into the battlefield to attack Wu Yan, there was a high chance that Wu Yan would die under Rabi's sharp teeth. After all, Wu Yan was willing to threaten Bronson just to help Flay. Even if he reacted in time, he would not be able to do anything to Rabi. On top of that, Flay's heart went out of control again. She was in danger of dying at any moment. Wu Yan would be even more cautious because of this and would be restricted in every way. It was not impossible for him to die under Rabi's sharp teeth. Of course, Bronson felt that Wu Yan would not die so easily. Therefore, if Wu Yan did not die, then these automaton would be a means for Bronson to protect himself. With these automaton, even if Wu Yan knew that it was Bronson who did something to Flay and held a grudge against him, he would not directly report Bronson to the Magicians Association. If that was the case, Wu Yan would not be able to guarantee that Bronson would not destroy these automaton. Therefore, even if Wu Yan did not die, Bronson would bring these automaton to him tomorrow and negotiate with him. Based on how much Wu Yan cares about Flay, using these automatons can be considered as a write-off. Otherwise, if they were to break up, the chances of success would be 100%. Bronson was very confident in this kind of negotiation. After all, grasping a person's weakness was one of Bronson's specialties. Of course, Bronson was not the kind of person who would obediently hand over a hostage. Who knows if Wu Yan would go back on his words? Therefore, Bronson had come here to plant a safety net in the automaton's body. Bronson did not turn around. He used a cold voice to issue an order. Drag all these automaton into the workshop, and add a component that disrupts the flow of magic power to the magic circuit. Hearing this, the staff standing behind Bronson were secretly shocked. One must know that the magic circuit of an automaton was directly connected to Eve's heart. Once a component that disrupted the flow of magic power was added to the magic circuit, and the component worked and disrupted the flow of the magic circuit of the automaton would be crushed, and Eve's heart would be damaged too. The automaton could be repaired no matter how damaged it was. Only Eve's heart. If it was damaged, it would be beyond saving. Bronson, this is equivalent to burying a bomb in the body of an automaton. Just hit it directly into the magic circuit. You don't have to worry about whether it will affect the body. Moreover, once the settings are touched, the magic power will be disrupted. Bronson waved his hand after finishing his sentence in an indifferent tone. By tomorrow, all the components must be completed. Yes. The workers did not resist and answered respectfully. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside and a series of gunshots reverberated in the air. Then there was a series of screams. What's going on? The workers turned pale with fright. What happened? Bronson frowned. He had an ominous feeling in his heart, telling him that he had miscalculated something. Driven by this ominous premonition, Bronson rushed out of the building without saying a word and looked in the direction of the entrance. At the next moment, Bronson's pupils shrunk and he knitted his brows deeply. Chapter 1645. Alim. Under the dusky night sky that looked like it was about to rain, the chaotic sounds of gunshots, rioting and screams all disappeared the second before Bronson rushed out. When Bronson rushed out of the building and arrived outside, the scene he saw could be described as hell to some extent. The guards who were in charge of patrolling the area were all lying on the ground with smoking shotguns in their hands. On their bodies, blood flowed out from various damaged parts like a pool of blood, dyeing the ground red. Around these guards who were lying in a pool of blood, there were also automaton with wires and engine oil scattered all over the ground like corpses that had been dismembered. The smell of blood spread in the air. The smell of gunpowder and magic power shuttled back and forth in the air. With the guards and automatons lying on the ground, it was hard to tell if they were dead or alive. Together with the bloody scene, those who were not brave enough would have fainted. What was wrong with calling such a scene hell? But in the center of such a hellish scene, at the entrance of the gate, a figure stood there, wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis King Mechanic Academy, and a knee-length black coat that looked like a knight's robe. The figure had his back to Bronson. He stood in the middle of the bloody ground, the guards lying on the ground, and the dismembered automatons. Magic ripples visible to the naked eye were fluctuating around the figure with his back to Bronson. The magic ripples turned into a tangible force that covered the pitch-black blades, swords, spears, and halberds. The surface of these weapons was covered with a layer of dim light. Telekinesis. The intruder used telekinesis. He controlled the pitch-black weapons and used them to take down all the guards here, destroying them one by one. The performance was not too bad. It was definitely not a good automaton either. An intruder. And Bronson had only seen him once. But he was very familiar with this intruder. Staring at the figure who was standing in the middle of the guards and automaton who were lying on the ground with black weapons floating around him, Bronson muttered with a gloomy expression. Scarlet Eyes. The intruder. Of course it was Wu Yan. Yo, President Bronson. Wu Yan turned around and looked up, revealing a pair of wine-red eyes to Bronson. His face was calm as he spoke indifferently. We meet again. Indeed we meet again. Bronson glanced at the guards lying in a pool of blood. It was just a glance and he no longer paid attention to them, as if they were not his people but strangers. He cast his sharp gaze on Wu Yan. And under such circumstances, such a time, such a scene, this really surprised me. Actually, I don't want to see that face of yours anymore. Wu Yan spoke in an indifferent tone, his wine-red eyes flashing with a cold light. Unfortunately, I said that if you do something you shouldn't do, I will give you a big surprise. Indeed, it is quite a surprise. Bronson sighed, as if he was regretting something. I didn't expect you to violate the rules of the Walpurgis Academy by going out in the middle of the night. I'm afraid you will be expelled. This won't be the last time we meet, right? The Academy doesn't have a rule that prohibits students from going out in the middle of the night, only that automatons can't go out. Wu Yan looked at Bronson disapprovingly. So, President Bronson, I'm sorry to disappoint you. At most, I will be punished by the head teacher or the dormitory supervisor. However, this will indeed be the last time we meet. Of course, Bronson said with a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Although there isn't a rule that prohibits students from going out in the middle of the night, I remember there is a rule in the academy. If a student attacks a commoner, they will be sentenced to death. Sir, are you looking for death? I'm sorry to disappoint President Bronson as well. Wu Yan retracted his expression and walked towards Bronson step by step. I'm here to be the messenger of justice. I'm here to dig out all the disgusting experiments you've conducted here, including the modifications you've done to the human body, the dissection and the abandonment of the human body. Bronson's breath caught in his throat. Those artificial pro-camouflage children should all be here, right? Wu Yan glanced at the buildings around him. Also, Those failed modifications that were intended to be used to make bandoliers should also be stored here, right? Bronson's expression changed again and again, finally turning into a murderous expression. You sure know a lot. You won't live long if you keep doing that, Sir Scarlet Eyes. What a coincidence. In many people's eyes, I deserve to die, but I'm still alive. Wu Yan raised his hand. So you'll have to kill me right here, or you'll be the one who dies. Wu Yan waved his hand and the black weapons that were locked in place by Wu Yan's telekinesis shuddered. They tilted and aimed at Bronson with their sharp points. They sliced through the air and landed on Bronson without mercy. What a joke. Facing the pitch-black weapons falling down like raindrops, Bronson spat out these creepy words. You didn't even bring your automaton with you and you dare come here? You're digging your own grave. This way, Bronson won't have to think of another way to get rid of Wu Yan. He can just kill Wu Yan right here and now. When the time comes, all he needs to do is to use the guards lying on the ground and the broken automaton as evidence to prove that Wu Yan broke in and started a massacre. Even if Bronson kills Wu Yan, no one will pursue the matter. Isn't that just digging his own grave? Let me show you the masterpiece of the Angel series, which is even more sophisticated than the cherubim. Bronson extended his hand. A powerful magical force flowed out of his hand and turned into a ray of light that shot into one of the buildings around him. Come to me, Lucifer. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the building that was filled with magical force. Immediately afterwards, a golden stream of light shot out and arrived in front of Bronson in an instant. With an unnatural gust of wind, it shot up into the sky like a meteor and collided head-on with the pitch-black weapons that were falling down like raindrops. Clang, 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 clang. The golden streams of light nimbly streaked across the air, striking the pitch-black weapons one after another like a whirlwind, sending them flying in all directions. Not long after, a series of crisp clanging sounds rang out. None of the nearly 100 pitch-black weapons landed on Bronson. They were all knocked away by the golden flowing light, either piercing into the ground or the surrounding buildings, scattering all over the place. Only then did the golden light appear in front of Bronson. It was a sword that was over 2 meters long. It was completely gold in color, and had a mechanical face on the hilt. Apart from the color and some details, the sword was exactly the same as the sword that Cherubim transformed into. And the unnatural wind that flowed around the sword just now was actually a hot wind that contained an extremely high temperature. Hot gust manipulation. Needless to say, it was definitely the same type of machine as Cherub, the Angel series of automaton. With this excellent automaton, the one standing in front of Wu Yan would be the one who almost took the throne of the Demon King, and became the champion of the Night Gathering. Your magical force seems to be a lot stronger than the pro-camouflage children. Bronson said coldly. A monster like you must be able to help me complete a lot of research, right? Chapter 1646. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the golden greatsword shot out like a bolt of lightning. The blade surged with a super-hot wind, like a golden streamer with a fiery edge, flashing past. Bang 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 bang. Compared to the sharp whistling sound, it was much more chaotic. Gunshots, like machine guns, shook violently from the opposite side, instantly drowning out the sharp whistling sound. Amidst the chaotic gunshots, it wasn't bullets that shot toward the golden streamer, but a variety of pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all kinds of weapons covered in azure light. The medium that shot out these pitch-black weapons was not a bow, arrow, or cannon. Instead, it was a crimson space that stood in the middle of the space like a door. In the crimson space, ripples constantly reverberated. Every reverberation was accompanied by a pitch-black weapon emerging from it. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, it shot wildly and rushed straight ahead. The atmosphere was shaking, and the wind was howling. Like an ever-victorious general charging into an army of thousands of men and horses, the golden streamer erupted with a super-hot wind. The blade, which was powerful enough to melt steel and cut everything in half, plunged into the group of pitch-black weapons that filled the entire field of vision in front of it. Screech! Suddenly, an incomparably ear-piercing screech turned into a sound wave within the group of pitch-black weapons, drilling into the ears of everyone present. That was the sound of the golden greatsword moving at an extremely fast speed. The pitch-black weapons that came close to it were all knocked away. Because there were too many pitch-black weapons, the golden greatsword was almost knocking away dozens of weapons in a second. As it flew forward, it also knocked away the pitch-black weapons that came crashing toward it head-on. Therefore, the overly fast collision sounds mixed together to form such a sharp, ear-piercing buzzing sound. However, that ended quickly. The golden greatsword was indeed very sharp. Under the enhancement of the ultra-high temperature of more than thousands of degrees, it could be said that it could cut through anything. But it couldn't cut through those seemingly ordinary pitch-black weapons. Not a single one. So, no matter how sharp the golden greatsword was, no matter how powerful the sudden attack was, the speed of the sudden attack became slower and slower under the continuous collision of pitch-black weapons. Clang! Finally, the sound of steel colliding with steel sounded. The golden greatsword still couldn't break through the storm-like weapons. When the sudden attack slowed down to a certain extent, instead, it was bounced back by the pitch-black weapons. Seeing this scene, Bronson controlled the Angel series automaton, named Lucifer, to return the golden greatsword to his side. Looking ahead, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from it. In front of him, the crimson space was still rippling, and pitch-black weapons were poking out one after another, as if they would never run out. Bronson's face was extremely unsightly. What exactly is that crimson space? What exactly was the pitch-black weapon that even Lucifer, who had been enhanced by several thousand degrees Celsius, could not cut through? It was impossible for Bronson to know that even if the wind was enhanced by tens of thousands of degrees, it might not be able to cut through those pitch-black weapons. After all, even if it was only hardness and sharpness, those pitch-black weapons were still noble phantasms. If Wu Yan's level wasn't restricted, his power would be severely limited. Otherwise, Lucifer's Angel series automaton would have been smashed into smithereens by the rain of noble phantoms, let alone knocking away so many noble phantoms. If Wu Yan's skills were not restricted, and he could not even use his superpowers, he could only use his telekinesis to squeeze the noble phantasms into the shape of weapons, which greatly reduced the power of the noble phantasms. Otherwise, Lucifer would have been broken. What's wrong? President Bronson. Standing in front of the crimson space, Wu Yan looked like a god in control of this space. His wine-red eyes matched the crimson space behind him. He looked at Bronson with a mocking smile. He extended his hand and grabbed a black spear. Didn't you want to kill me and dissect me for research? After that, Wu Yan lifted the pitch-black spear from his shoulder to his back, and threw it with all his might. Whoosh! With the help of his telekinesis and strength, the pitch-black spear shot out as fast as lightning. Bronson only saw a flash of black light in front of him, and the pitch-black spear was less than 5 meters away from him. Goo! Bronson's face darkened, and he raised 2 fingers. A magical mist rose from his body, and entered the golden greatsword beside him. Suddenly, the golden greatsword spun, and in a strange sound, it disintegrated into a humanoid automaton. It was none other than Lucifer. His appearance was similar to Angel Ji's. He was also over 2 meters tall. He had 2 giant blades on his wrists, and 3 pairs of wings of different sizes on his back. His entire body was golden in color. He was a humanoid robot with a strange appearance. He was an angel. Nimbly, it took a leap and arrived in front of Bronson. It raised the giant blade on the back of its wrist high above its head and slashed down viciously. Clang! The pitch-black spear that was about to reach Lucifer was knocked away. It spun like a dart and stabbed into the wall of a building not far away, shattering a large number of bricks. It didn't break. Bronson stared at the pitch-black spear that was stuck in the wall. His eyes were filled with doubt. What is it made of? Is it a magic equipment? Magic equipment was a tool that was equipped with magic circuits and could perform magic. Magic equipment did not have Eve's heart. Therefore, it did not have intelligence and life like an automaton. It was just a tool used to perform magic. Although it had magic circuits, it did not have intelligence and life. It could not control the magic circuits and perform magic like an automaton to reduce the burden on the user. Therefore, The user of the magic equipment had to control the magic circuits in the magic equipment to perform magic. Using musical instruments as an example, an automaton was a musical instrument that could magically play on its own. Meanwhile, magical equipment was just an ordinary musical instrument that required a player to play it. As such, it was rare for magic equipment to appear in a battle. After all, compared to magic equipment, an automaton only needed to be injected with magic to activate its magic circuits. It was undoubtedly more useful. Since Lucifer was still unable to break the ordinary-looking weapons with his magic, it meant that the weapons must have been specially crafted to carry some kind of magic circuit, right? Then, Bronson glanced at the crimson space behind Wu Yan. That crimson space, is it a magic equipment too? It doesn't matter if it's a magic equipment or a magic artifact, as long as it can kill you, it's a good tool. Wu Yan curled his lips into a smile when he heard Bronson's question. Besides, it can also be used like this. Wu Yan reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz! In an instant, crimson spatial ripples abruptly rose from the space around Bronson and Lucifer, covering them in all directions. Bronson felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he jumped onto Lucifer's back. Lucifer leapt into the air with Bronson on his back. Almost at the same time, pitch-black weapons abruptly shot out from the crimson spatial ripples around Bronson, piercing through the air, and slicing through the space where Bronson was just a moment ago. If Bronson had not asked Lucifer to bring him away in time, he would have been sliced into pieces by now. However, Bronson did not feel happy. Instead, his eyes widened. Above Lucifer, a huge crimson spatial ripple started to fluctuate. Chapter 1647. It was as if the sky was dyed crimson. A huge crimson spatial ripple reverberated in the air above Lucifer, who was carrying Bronson. In an instant, the ripple expanded to a diameter of 10 meters and covered the entire sky above the orphanage. Your Lucifer transformed into a sword seems to be quite big. Bronson widened his eyes as he stared at the huge crimson spatial ripples in the sky. A voice that sent chills down his spine slowly entered his ears. Why don't you have a little competition with me? The crimson spatial ripple that covered the sky above the orphanage began to fluctuate violently. It was like a boiling pool that could not be stopped. Immediately, a huge pitch-black sword that was more than 20 meters long, like a skyscraper, slowly emerged from the crimson spatial ripple. Bronson's expression changed abruptly as the sword fell from the sky like a mountain. The pitch-black greatsword covered Bronson's entire field of vision. All he could see was the incomparably sharp, pitch-black tip of the sword that was flashing with a deadly cold light. It violently cut through the air, and under the crazy vibrations of the atmosphere, it fell heavily towards Lucifer, who was carrying Bronson. Feeling the huge pressure from above and the shadow of death that was gradually approaching, Bronson roared at the top of his lungs. He frantically urged the mana in his body, as if he was trying to squeeze the blood out of his veins. He desperately squeezed out the mana that was strong enough to tear his body apart. There was no doubt about it. This was the first time in his life that Bronson had tried so hard. It was also the first time in his life that Bronson had urged such a huge amount of magic. The majestic magic exploded in the form of a hurricane, and turned into steam that flowed into Lucifer's body. Lucifer's body was wrapped in a layer of visible magic film. He let go of Bronson, and a ferocious hot wind surged out from his body and swept across the entire area. Ignoring his falling master, Lucifer raised his head and his body suddenly twisted and changed shape. He turned into a huge golden sword. Along with the super hot wind, which made the space creak as if it could not bear the burden, it shot into the sky. The huge black sword that covered the sky and the golden sword that was glowing with a fiery red hot wind was like a needle against an awn, like a mountain crashing into a meteor, in the sky above the orphanage. They collided violently. Boom! With a deafening sound. A thunderous roar resounded. A burst of violent wind and waves exploded out, bringing with it an impact that made people feel as if they would be crushed into dregs. It enveloped the entire orphanage. Without the slightest suspense, the stone houses made of stone bricks were like glass as they were cleanly blown apart by the shockwave. The stone roofs were also mercilessly blown away, and even the surrounding fields were flattened out in small pieces. By the time the shockwaves dissipated and the violent rumbling disappeared, the scene had completely changed. The buildings became dilapidated, as if they were abandoned houses. They were so fragile that even a strong wind could blow them down. The ground cracked inch by inch like a spider web. A layer of the ground in the center of the field was shaved off, revealing a pit filled with smoke and dust. In the pit, Bronson knelt on the ground, his skin covered with scars. His face was filled with pain and he could not stop gasping for breath. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bronson's injuries were not caused by the attack, but by the excessive consumption of magic power. His body could not bear the burden, which caused his skin to crack and his internal organs to be damaged. Compared to Bronson, Lucifer's appearance was much more miserable. Standing in front of Bronson, Lucifer's originally golden body was now covered with scorch marks. Smoke was rising from his body, and there were even traces of electric sparks. Obviously, part of his body had been damaged. What was worse was that one of the 3 pairs of wings on Lucifer's back, which had golden feathers as hard as steel, was in tatters. One of the 2 giant blades on the back of his wrist was also broken in half. Obviously, even though Bronson had gone beyond his limit and supplied Lucifer with magic power, Lucifer was still no match for the pitch-black giant sword that was as big as a skyscraper. Of course, in order to achieve this, Wuxian did not have it easy either. Standing in front of Bronson and Lucifer, his face was slightly pale and he was panting. Although he was in a much better state than Bronson, one could still see the faint tiredness in his eyes. However, it was not surprising that he would end up like this. Without superpowers, he could only use telekinesis to squeeze the iron sand into the shape of a weapon. The burden on him was not ordinary. After all, telekinesis was a highly condensed form of magic power. Using telekinesis would consume a lot of magic power. Yet, Wuxian had challenged his limit and squeezed out such a giant sword. He even used telekinesis to control it and attack. How could he not be tired? In this world, there was no one other than Wuxian who could use telekinesis to attack like this. You've lived a long life, President Bronson. Suppressing his slightly rapid breathing, Wuxian coldly looked at Bronson, who was kneeling on the back of Lucifer's tattered body. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was filled with pain. You're still alive? Should I say that you're worthy of being called the puppet user, who almost became the Demon King? Bronson did not answer. It was unknown whether he was disdainful, unwilling, or unable to answer. He just raised his head and stared at Wuxian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oh, that's scary. Wuxian laughed exaggeratedly as if he was frightened by the murderous intent in Bronson's eyes. It's a pity that 20 years have passed since you were eliminated from the Night Assembly. Other than your mana growing stronger with the passage of time, you haven't improved at all. You've even forgotten to train yourself in order to manage that mechanical workshop of yours. How foolish. Stupid? Bronson was so angry that he laughed. Individual progress is nothing but degeneration. The progress of the times is irreversible. Magicians are individuals, groups, and life forms that exist for the sake of progress. If mankind stagnates, it will bring destruction and disaster to the world. The development of science and technology is a means of survival that cannot be ignored. For the sake of progress, for the sake of development, it's worth it no matter how much you sacrifice. Bronson stood up with difficulty and sneered. For the sake of progress, for the sake of science and technology, individual sacrifice is nothing. No matter how strong one is, one cannot survive alone. If you don't want to be destroyed, the only way to survive is to strengthen the group. This is the true path of survival, the true progress. Wuxian smiled. His smile was full of pity and sympathy. Indeed, the importance of individuals and the importance of groups are on the same level. Everyone knows which side is more important. Everyone knows which side is the wisest choice. Wuxian's eyes shone with a sharp light. But being wise is one thing, being right is another. For the sake of progress and development, are you going to sacrifice those innocent people who have the right to live and whose freedom and lives were mercilessly taken away by you? No matter if it's Flay or Loki, although their importance can't be compared to all of mankind and naturally can't be compared to the development and progress of the entire world, Sacrificing an individual for the sake of the group, no matter how beautiful you make it sound, is still an act of murder. You can't even protect the survival of an individual, you can't even improve yourself. You can't even grasp the things in front of you. Talk about development? Wu Yan didn't try to hide his emotions anymore as he taunted. How laughable and foolish. Bronson looked as though he was insulted. His face was filled with anger and haze. Of course, Wu Yan was indeed insulting him. There was no need to doubt it. Progress and development have nothing to do with me. I've only come here to fulfill my promise. At the same time, I've come to give you a big surprise. At the same time, I've also come to avenge Flay. I've also come to avenge her. Wu Yan extended his hand. From the crimson space behind him, a ray of light flew out and landed in his hand. It was a card. Didn't you say that no matter how strong an individual is, he is still an individual? Wu Yan raised the card in front of his heart and looked at Bronson. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes what kind of individual strength will destroy everything that you've spent 20 years building for the sake of the group. Chapter 1648. A card? Seeing his opponent, whom Bronson no longer dared to underestimate, take out an ordinary card and put away the crimson spatial ripples that had made Bronson's scalp tingle, and made him worry about what kind of weapon would be shot out, Bronson's heart began to beat faster. Bronson silently endured the injuries on his body caused by the excessive amount of mana that he had just exerted. Then, he channeled a trace of mana to his eyes and covered them. Bronson's eyes glowed under the cover of the mana. He could see the card that Wu Yan held in front of his heart. It was a rectangular card that was less than 20 centimeters long, and less than 10 centimeters wide. The color of the card was brown. A picture of a crazy warrior holding a greatsword was engraved on the front of the card. Right below the design, there was a line of words written in golden font. Bronson frowned as he looked at the line of golden letters. Berserker? What is that? Although he thought so, Bronson did not dare to be careless. Even that space could shoot out any kind of weapon. The crimson space, which was as large as a skyscraper, had almost taken Bronson's life. At that moment, his adversary had put away that great weapon of mass destruction, and had taken out an ordinary card. What did this mean? It meant that either Wu Yan was crazy and wanted to make fun of Bronson so that he would not die so quickly, or it was something more terrifying than the crimson spatial ripples. Was Wu Yan really crazy? The answer was obvious. Impossible. So, it could only be something more terrifying than the crimson spatial ripples. Bronson realized this. Bronson could not wait any longer. No matter what you are going to do. Bronson clenched his teeth. Ignoring his body that was still wailing, he channeled his mana and let it seep through his blood. His body was covered with wounds. Blood gushed out of his body. It was sucked into Lucien's body. What do you think? Do you think I'll just sit here and watch? After replenishing his mana, Lucifer once again activated the magic circuit of hot wind manipulation. His charred and smoking body seemed to have turned into the eye of a typhoon. A fiery red tornado formed by super hot wind swirled around his body. Crack. Then Lucifer lowered his body. One of the steel-like feathers on his back was destroyed. The remaining 2 pairs of wings slowly spread out, and the steel feathers shot out like bullets. They shot towards Wu Yan with sonic booms. Looking at the steel feathers coming at him like bullets, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Class card. Berserker. Limited expansion. His incantation reverberated in the air. Mana flowed like water from a broken dam. It flowed through Wu Yan's hand and into the Berserker rank card. In the next moment, the magic power that surged into the Berserker class card turned into the most dazzling light that enveloped the entire rectangular card. Buzz! The mana roared through the space, setting off a gust of wind and dust. Together with the dazzling light, it covered Wu Yan's body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. On the other side, the steel feathers cut through the air like roaring bullets that swept towards the enemy. They crossed the space and shot into the magic light that brought up a gust of wind and dust. Clang. However, when the steel feathers shot into the magic light, a sharp sound of metal clashing resounded in the air above the dilapidated orphanage. Bronson could clearly see that as the sharp sounds of metal clashing resounded, the steel feathers that were supposed to pierce through the enemy with irresistible force were knocked away like garbage and fell to the ground one by one. Bronson endured the pain in his body due to the forced activation of his mana and stood up with difficulty. He cast his gaze towards the flash of mana and was immediately stunned. Bronson thought that Wu Yan was going to use some means to summon his automaton. But when he saw the situation in the magic light that dimmed, Bronson knew that he was wrong. In the dimming light, Wu Yan's figure once again entered Bronson's sight. He was still wearing the student uniform of the Walpurgis Wangli School of Mechanics and the pitch-black coat that resembled a knight's robe. His wine-red eyes glowed as he stared at Bronson, reminiscent of a lone wolf that had set its eyes on its prey. After such a huge commotion, Wu Yan didn't change at all. If there was a change, it would be that in Wu Yan's hand, there was something that no one could ignore. Wu Yan flipped his hand and held it horizontally above his head. It looked like an earth-colored rock block. One of the sides of the blade looked like a ferocious beast's fangs. It's so blunt that it's hard to believe. The handle of the blade was wrapped in bandages. It's a large axe sword. Looking at the axe, which seemed to be made of rock and looked more like a blunt weapon without a handle than a sword, Bronson felt goosebumps all over his body. Not for any other reason, but because Bronson could smell the scent of death from the shape of the axe. If the sword that Lucifer transformed into was like a divine sword used by gods to slay demons, then the axe in front of him was like a monster used by demons to slaughter and destroy lives. Smelling the scent of death from the sword, Bronson's mind, which had been stretched taut due to the unfavorable battle situation, snapped with a snap. Lucifer. Using the last of his strength, Bronson squeezed out all the remaining magic power in his body and violently channeled it into Lucifer's body. Kill him for me. Lucifer's eyes lit up like an angel's. He nimbly lowered his body and like a cannonball, he channeled all the heat into his remaining greatsword. Raising it above his head, he slashed at Wu Yan with the greatsword as he flew forward. This time, Wu Yan did not use Gate of Babylon to suppress Lucifer. Instead he smirked, stomped his feet on the ground, and rushed towards Lucifer. This is the power of the person you look down on. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Lucifer, who was rushing towards him. Witness the legend of heroes born from miracles. Raising the ferocious-looking axe above his head, Wu Yan leaped into the air and rushed into Lucifer's arms. Roar! Kill 100 of them! The overlapping runes of the liberation spell rubbed against the air and shook the air. At that moment, it was as if the world had turned dark. The only thing left in the world was Lucifer, who was about to slash his enemy with his giant sword. However, Lucifer's sword was destined not to be able to slash down, because in front of him the enemy had disappeared. No. It should be said that the ferocious axe in the enemy's hand disappeared in front of Lucifer's eyes. It turned into a torrent like a whirlpool. It was like a beam of light, completely disappearing from sight. Yes. The axe that looked heavier than rocks and fake mountains moved at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It turned into a beam of light, and was slashed by Wu Yan at Lucifer before it could even make a sound. Wang! By the time Lucifer noticed it, 8 beams of light had already slashed at him from the front, top, bottom, left, right, top left, top right, and bottom right. A total of 8 directions, surpassing time in the truest sense, overlapped with each other and formed a vortex. Then the 8 beams of light that formed a whirlpool shape seemed to burst out at the same time, mercilessly landing on Lucifer's body. Poochie! It was hard to imagine that although Lucifer was made of steel, there was a tearing sound coming from his body. Bang! Then there was an explosion. 8 slashes viciously cut through Lucifer's body. His limbs, shoulders, and abdomen were all chopped into pieces. Chapter 1649. Bang! Amidst the muffled explosion, Lucifer, with smoke and electricity all over its body, was charred black except for its head and upper body. Its limbs, shoulders, and lower abdomen were all slashed into pieces by the 8 vortex-shaped slashes that turned into beams of light. Not far away, Bronson's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He stepped back involuntarily, his eyes full of shock. The extremely fast slash turned into a beam of light. Furthermore, it was even faster than the speed of sound. In an almost negligible amount of time, It was as if the 8 consecutive slashes had burst out at the same time. Was that an attack that a human could make? No. After living for so long, Bronson was very sure that even the highest level of automaton with the highest performance and the most excellent, powerful, and outstanding magic circuit couldn't do such a thing, let alone human beings. At least, Bronson had never seen an automaton that could do it. With such a godly skill, there was no way he could defeat this opponent. Realizing this, Bronson finally couldn't hold back the panic in his heart, and stepped back again and again. But soon he calmed down. Although the godly skill of 8 consecutive slashes was indeed incredible, Wu Yan had made a fatal mistake. An automaton wasn't a human. As long as Eve's heart wasn't damaged, even if its head was chopped off, the automaton could still repair it, let alone its limbs, shoulders, and lower abdomen. Lucifer was seriously damaged, but its Eve's heart wasn't damaged. Its magic circuit could still be activated, and it could still fight. He hadn't lost yet. Unfortunately, Bronson was wrong again. The real Kill 100 was a bow and arrow type noble phantasm. According to legend, the bow and arrow used by the greatest Greek hero Hercules to kill the immortal Hydra was Hercules' most trusted noble phantasm. And after killing the Hydra, Yi Zichen was stunned. Even if other weapons were used as means, Hercules could also use moves that imitated the noble phantasm's ability. This was because the Real Kill 100 Beast skill was able to release 9 tracking lasers. Therefore, when other weapons were used as means to imitate the noble phantasm's ability, what was released was a 9-hit combo that was released at a high speed by combining all the attacks. Therefore, the Kill 100 that Wu Yan released with the large axe in his hand was a move that was as powerful as a noble phantasm's ability. It had a 9-hit combo. And just now, Wu Yan released an 8-hit combo. Bang! Bronson took a heavy step forward. Only Lucifer's broken body remained in his sight. Sparks, gears, and electric wires were coming out from its limbs and lower body. Wu Yan raised the axe in his hand once again and swung. Swoosh! The crisp whistling sound swept the wind and blew in all directions. Bronson could only see a laser-like beam of light blooming in front of Lucifer. Then, the beam turned Lucifer's, and pierced into Lucifer's chest. Slash! This time, Bronson heard the tearing sound clearly. The beam of light tore Lucifer's chest apart, penetrated his heart, and came out from his back. It returned to its original form of an axe. The axe was huge, and when it pierced through Lucifer's body, it almost pierced through the rest of Lucifer's body. When Bronson came to his senses, Lucifer's body was still pierced through, hanging on the axe in Wu Yan's hand. The calm expression on Bronson's face froze. Bang! Lucifer's body, which was hanging on the axe, emitted electric sparks. Then with a loud explosion, it exploded into pieces. The machine-like head was thrown into the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. It rolled a few times and came to Bronson's side. It was only then that Bronson realized what had happened. He really lost. He lost to a kid who was still studying in the academy, who didn't even go through the baptism of the night party, who didn't carry an automaton, who threatened him, and whom he planned to kill not long ago. Phew! Wu Yan waved the axe in his hand, which didn't match his body size. He turned around and looked at Bronson with a sneer on his face. He lifted his feet and walked towards Bronson. This is the strength of an individual that you look down on the most. Are you satisfied? Bronson looked at Wu Yan walking towards him. He couldn't help but take a step back. There was a trace of panic on his face. His eyes wandered left and right, as if he was trying to find an escape route. However, it didn't take long for Bronson to give up with a bitter smile. His opponent was an existence that could unleash 9 consecutive strikes at the same time, as if they had turned into beams of light. No matter how fast Bronson was, could he be faster than the speed of sound? Could he be fast enough to turn into one of the 9 consecutive beams of light? There was no point in running away. This time, I have indeed lost. Bronson admitted his defeat. He pretended to be calm as he looked at Wu Yan. But, do you really intend to kill me? Wu Yan didn't speak. He continued to approach Bronson with the axe in his hand. Even if you expose my secret actions and present the evidence of me breaking the taboo to the Magician Association, it won't do you any good, right? Bronson stared at the approaching Wu Yan. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Sir, you just want to take back those GARM series automatons, so I won't detain them. If you want to avenge Flay, you've done a great job this time, so there's no need for you to continue, right? Wu Yan didn't say anything. His footsteps were so loud that they could pound Bronson's heart. He stared at Bronson as if he's his prey. Step by step, he approached Bronson. I did tamper with Flay's heart. Therefore, I am the only one who can restore Flay's heart to its original state. Sir. Bronson clenched his fist. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wu Yan. If you wish, I can also restore Loki's heart to its original state. However, no matter how much Bronson said, Wu Yan's expression remained impassive. Only the sound of his footsteps and the gaze of a predator staring at its prey made Bronson's heartbeat accelerate to the limit. His blood started pumping faster and faster. Sir. As if he was forced to a dead end, Bronson spoke in a deep voice. Is there a need to be so ruthless? A mocking smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. It told Bronson whether he was going to be ruthless or not. This time, Bronson understood. This person won't let me go. If I don't think of a way, I will die. I will die. Bronson's heart skipped a beat. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pistol. He aimed at Wu Yan and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Clang. A gunshot and a clashing sound echoed in the surroundings at the same time. The trajectory of the bullet shot out from the muzzle of Bronson's pistol seemed to have been seen through. A hatchet was swung downwards, deflecting the bullet that shot out explosively. Bronson's mouth opened slightly. This was the last movement he could make. Bang! The axe and sword swept over from the side, fiercely slapping Bronson's body. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bronson's mouth. Then, like a kite with a broken string, Bronson's body flew high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Then Wu Yan appeared in front of Bronson. He looked down at the bleeding Bronson and raised his hatchet. Enough! At this moment, a figure appeared beside Wu Yan and grabbed his hand that was holding the axe and sword. No matter how sinful he is, you can't escape punishment if you kill him like this. Kimberly looked at Wu Yan with her blue eyes. So leave it to me. Seeing Kimberly appear, Wu Yan knew he couldn't kill Bronson. He could only put down his hand and pout. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Kimberly of the Magician Association. Kimberly smiled bitterly. She was speechless. Chapter 1650. Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Engineering Academy. Medical Department. When Flay woke up from her sleep, she opened her eyes and took in the light outside. When she regained her vision, what appeared before her eyes was a ceiling that was extremely unfamiliar to her. Flay absent-mindedly looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. She used nearly a minute to think again. She tried to sort out her thoughts and judge her current situation. However, after nearly a minute of thinking, Flay could only mutter those words in a daze. Kidnapped? If you want to be muddle-headed, wait until you're discharged from the hospital. Right after Flay's voice left her mouth, an impolite, reprimanding voice sounded from beside Flay. Flay was shocked and she quickly stood up. Soon after, a person wearing a white coat and a professor's uniform appeared in Flay's field of vision. She wore a pair of glasses and had a cold and elegant expression. Flay was stunned on the spot, and she cried out in surprise. Teacher Kimberly? Are you awake? Kimberly did not show any concern for Flay's well-being. She also did not show any concern for Flay's body. At the very least, she did not show any concern on the surface. Are you able to remember what happened before you fainted? Flay tilted her head. Her face was filled with confusion. She furrowed her beautiful brows and began to think with all her might. This time around, Flay's mind was able to smoothly think. She did not go off track. Thus, Flay also remembered. Before she fainted, Wu Yan and Loki were fighting. Then an abnormality suddenly appeared in her body. It caused her blood to flow in the opposite direction and turn into magic power. This caused Raby to go berserk. After recalling everything that happened before she fainted, Flay immediately panicked. Raby? What happened to Raby? Calm down. Kimberly spoke with a terrifyingly calm voice. She moved aside. Your dog is here. Only then did Flay see the place she was in. She was in a place that was similar to a hospital ward. At this moment, Flay was wearing a hospital gown. Bandages were wrapped around all over her body. She appeared to be in a very serious condition. However, Flay did not feel any pain at all. On a bed beside Frey's, Raby was also wrapped in bandages. He was lying there with his eyes closed. It was as if he had died. Robbie! Flay immediately got off the bed. Kimberly didn't stop him. He allowed her to run to Ruby's side and put her hand on Ruby's body. After approaching Raby, Flay discovered that Raby was extremely weak. However, he was still breathing. His hand on Ruby's body could clearly feel the warmth of Ruby's body, proving that Robbie was still alive. Don't worry about your dog, princess. When Kimberly saw how nervous Fry was about her automaton, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although when you went berserk, your magic power did exceed its burden, causing its magic circuit to almost burst and its heart to rupture. Hearing those words, Flay's heart thumped heavily. Ruptured heart? Did he mean that Eve's heart was damaged? The automaton's heart is damaged? Wasn't that the same as being hopeless? You should rejoice. You have indeed encountered an existence capable of creating miracles. Kimberly did not keep Flay in suspense. Before Flay could respond, she sighed in astonishment. I don't know what kind of magic circuit the automaton of Scarlet Taze has. That girl's magic was able to cure a wound that could be described as hopeless. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to find someone to cure it. Cured it? Flay was startled. Then she became overjoyed. Then, Robbie, your dog is fine, Kimberly declared. Although I don't know what kind of magic Scarlet Taze's automaton performed, the automaton did heal your dog. Even the wounds on your body were healed by her. You. Flay heaved a sigh of relief. She spoke gratefully. Thank you. The person you should be thanking is not me. Even though she was clearly thanked, Kimberly seemed to dislike it. Her tone that had just softened immediately became cold and detached again. Also, it is still too early to thank me. There are many more things that you should thank me for. After saying those words, Kimberly turned her gaze toward the entrance. Flay also looked over. Following that, a scene that caused Flay to involuntarily cover her mouth appeared before her eyes. The door was slowly opened, revealing the scene outside. Loki was standing at the entrance with Cherub. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief as he sized up Flay with a cold gaze. Then he walked in. Of course, the scene that caused Flay to involuntarily cover her mouth was not the matter of her younger brother coming to visit her. What caused Flay to be unable to restrain herself from covering her mouth was the fact that apart from bringing Cherub with him, Rocky also brought 4 dogs with him. The 4 breeds were shepherd dogs, German hounds, Great Danes and Dachshunds. Their limbs and shoulders were equipped with armor. They were dogs of different sizes. Seeing the 4 dogs, Flay's eyes became moist. She began to cry out as if she was choking with sobs. Riviera, Ruby, Lavina, Robin. These dogs were the family members that Flay wanted to save even in her dreams, the Hellhound series automaton. Woof woof. Ewo. Woo. Roar. The 4 Hellhound series automaton let out different cries of joy. With a jog, they ran to Flay's side and began to rub against her body. When Flay sensed the familiar scent emitting from the 4 Hellhound series automaton, she finally believed what she saw. She immediately hugged one of the automaton. Tears began to well up in her red eyes. She was only able to stop herself from crying with all her might. Due to the fact that the other dogs have not operated for a long time, their activation speed has become somewhat sluggish. Their bodies are also being examined. They should be able to return to your side soon. Rocky said indifferently. After saying those words, he turned around. I've brought your family members. After saying those words, Rocky immediately wanted to leave the ward. Seeing this, Flay immediately spoke out. Thank you. Don't thank me. Before Flay could finish her words of gratitude, Loki's words stopped her. The one who saved them was Scarlet Taze, not me. Also, Rocky turned his head around and glanced at Flay. The Divine Works has been disbanded. Hearing those words, Flay was stunned. That person who used to be our adoptive father, the person who tampered with our hearts, managed to find companions like us in his territory. Furthermore, after the operation failed, he planned to use the remains of our bodies to create puppets. Rocky's tone was slightly heavy and slightly relaxed. He spoke in an extremely contradictory manner. Thus, the Magician Association has already arrested him for violating a taboo. I believe that he will soon be sent to the execution ground and sentenced to death. Everything that restricted our freedom has already been destroyed. Rocky's red eyes looked directly at Flay, who was still stunned. His words contained an unprecedented trace of gentleness. Similarly, there is no longer any reason for you to fight. It's best that you don't participate in the night gathering. It's not worth it if you get injured. Rocky. When Flay heard Rocky's words of concern that he no longer concealed, she finally understood why Rocky would not hesitate to destroy Raby and force her to withdraw from the night gathering. It was not because Rocky looked down on the weak. Instead, it was because Rocky did not wish for Flay to be harmed. Her little brother did not truly hate her. On the contrary, he was very concerned about her. Flay's eyes became moist again. However, she did not allow her tears to fall. With a voice that even mosquitoes could not compare to, she softly spoke. Thank you. I already said that the person you should be thanking is not me. Rocky replied with his usual cold and indifferent tone. If your injuries are healed, then quickly leave the hospital. Those dogs of yours are still waiting for you to return to adopt and take care of them. After saying that, Rocky brought Cherub with him and left without looking back. Your automaton will be kept as your personal belongings. Kimberly smiled, which was rare for her. That's why you should thank that guy. Flay wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded heavily. Chapter 1651. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy, Tortoise House. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were occupying the corners, sofas, and beds in the room that was more luxurious than any other dorm room in the world. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were either standing, sitting, or lying on their stomach, reading the latest novel. Although this room was indeed decorated very luxuriously, the only thing that couldn't be changed was the size of the room. It was already very difficult to accommodate 5 people. Not to mention that it occupied such a large space and there were many people. It was impossible to let the room fall into a state of silence. But now the room was strangely quiet. Even Nagisa, who was usually the most talkative, kept her mouth shut, not saying a word. The group of 5 girls quietly occupied the corners of the room, the sofa, and the bed. Their gazes were all focused in front of them, which was the other bed in the room. Wu Yan crossed his legs and sat on the bed with his eyes closed. Mana swirled around his body, and it reverberated around the room. Wu Yan is in the middle of cultivating his magic power. In the fight against Bronson, Wu Yan didn't rely on the power of the automaton, or the power of the girls. Even though Wu Yan had the upper hand, he did expend a lot of energy. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yan used telekinesis, which consumes a lot of his mana during that fight, Wu Yan didn't do anything. He used telekinesis to control his noble phantasm to shoot. He also used telekinesis to squeeze the iron sand into the shape of a weapon. This kind of mana consumption was already very stressful for a normal vampire. Of course, Wu Yan is no ordinary vampire. He is the pinnacle of all vampires, a true ancestor with the noblest bloodline. In addition, his demonic power was at the peak of the true ancestor level. This kind of mana consumption wasn't a big deal. Therefore, the real mana consumption came later. The place where he used telekinesis to form the Great Sword and the limited expansion card. Originally, just by using it, telekinesis consumes a lot more MP than normal magic. Wu Yan also used telekinesis to form a sword that is at least 20 m long and as big as a skyscraper. The amount of mana consumed was enough to crush a pure-blooded vampire. As for the limited expansion class card, its magic consumption was even higher than the formation of the giant sword. One had to know that if one wanted to limit the expansion of a class level card, the user had to use the magic attire as a medium. Only then could they use the magic attire as a basis to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. However, Wu Yan didn't use his magic attire. Instead, he converted his mana into materialized mana, and relied on his mana to support the limited release of the card. When Wu Yan used this method to create the limited expansion card, Ren Enbin and Livia thought he was crazy. After all, Materializing mana required a certain amount of mana. Using mana to support the materialization of the noble phantasm would consume more mana than the human body could possibly have. If it wasn't Wu Yan who used this method to create the limited expansion card, even if it was an ordinary true ancestor, they would feel more or less tired. First, he used a lot of telekinesis. Then he challenged the limit and used telekinesis to form the greatsword. Finally, Wu Yan also used the limited expansion card of the Berserker. All three of these actions consumed a lot of magic power. With Wu Yan's extraordinary mana, he naturally wouldn't use up all of his mana. However, he still used up a lot of mana. Generally speaking, after using up a lot of mana, the effect of mana cultivation would be better than normal cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yan was willing to spend some time to cultivate mana. No one would ever complain about having too much mana, right? Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon, and the other girls are waiting for him. Wu Yan immersed himself in his cultivation. Judging by the increasing mana fluctuations coming from him, he must have gained a lot from his training. However, Nagisa and Astria couldn't help but feel bored when they saw the most important person in their heart immersed in cultivation. Oniai-chan, when are you going to finish your cultivation? Nagisa rested her chin on her hand as she laid on her bed. She kicked her legs in annoyance as she complained. Nagisa has been in her room since last night. She didn't eat anything this morning. If only the dorm had a kitchen, Nagisa could make her own curry. I really want to eat curry. Gulp. Perhaps Nagisa's nagging stimulated Astria's appetite. Even though Astria didn't say anything, her stomach obediently expressed its thoughts on her behalf. Astria whimpered. I'm so hungry, Kanon picked up the tea set and asked with uncertainty. Why don't you have a cup of tea first? Drinking tea will only make you hungrier. Also, don't use black tea to fill your stomach. Natsuki disagreed nonchalantly. She turned to Ikaros, who was standing closest to Wu Yan. Her eyes never left Wu Yan. Ikaros, you've been watching Yan since last night. Even if Angelus isn't tired, you should take a break. Why don't you come and have a cup of tea? Thank you. Ikaros shook her head, but she didn't agree. In less than a second, she went back to watching Wu Yan. He is indeed loyal, but isn't this loyalty a little too much? Natsuki bitterly smiled when she saw Ikaros' reaction. She turned to Wu Yan, who was in the middle of his cultivation. I really don't know how many lifetimes of blessings you've accumulated to have someone like this sacrifice for you. Natsuki didn't expect Wu Yan to hear her since he's in a state of cultivation. Wu Yan isn't sure if he heard Natsuki or not. The mana around him suddenly slowed down. Then, the mana returned to his body bit by bit. This is the sign of the end of his cultivation. Natsuki and Kanon, who were sitting on the sofa, straightened their backs. Nagisa and Astria, who were lying on the bed, sat up. Ikaros took a step forward with anticipation in her indigo eyes. Not long after, the mana fluctuations that have been lingering in the room since last night receded. All of the mana around Wu Yan retreated back into his body. When everything calmed down, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes under the watchful eyes of all the girls. His wine-red eyes flashed with a profound light. And then, as if he just woke up, Wu Yan stretched his back. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from within his body. Coupled with that satisfied expression of his, needless to say, the results of this training session are pretty good. Master. Ikaros, who refused to touch the red tea, held a teacup in her hand. Tea. Thank you, Ikaros. Ikaros. Wu Yan happily accepted the teacup and took a sip before passing it back to Ikaros. Thank you for your hard work. Oniai-chan mas. Nagisa and Astria also jumped in front of Wu Yan with smiles on their faces. Is the cultivation over? Yes, it's over. Wu Yan rubbed Nagisa and Astria's heads. Sorry for making you wait. By the looks of it, you must have had a good harvest. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan for a bit before she stopped looking at him. She then casually said, Also, we aren't the only ones who waited. You aren't the only ones? Wu Yan tilted his head. A question mark floated in front of his head. Oniai-chan. Kanon walked to the window and waved at Wu Yan. She pointed outside. Someone has been waiting outside for a long time, but when you asked her to come in, she didn't want to. She's been waiting outside. Since she's here, why don't she come in? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he got up from his bed. He walked over to the window and he looked at the courtyard. In the courtyard, in a corner of the flower bed, a young girl with a pearl-white ponytail on the right side of her head and 5 dogs of different sizes was hiding there. She was sneakily looking at the dormitory, as if she was peeping. Looking at the sneaky girl, Wu Yan helplessly chuckled. Chapter 1652. Flay stuck her head out from a flower bed that was large enough to hide a person. She was secretly looking at one of the windows of the male dormitory. She seemed to be waiting for something and did not want to be discovered. Of course, not wanting to be discovered was not a bad thing. Flay did not come to the male dormitory to do bad things. However, with Flay's hiding method, the probability of being discovered was almost 100%. Although the flower bed was large enough to hide a person, that was only possible if someone crouched down inside. However, Flay was lying on her stomach. Thus, her body was indeed hidden inside the flower bed. However, her feet and buttocks were exposed outside. Thus, who would not be able to tell that someone was hiding in the flower bed? Furthermore, Flay was also hiding in the flower bed by herself. However, the 5 dogs that Flay had brought with her were lazily playing in the surroundings. As if they were frolicking, they began to play in the surroundings. Thus, even if Flay had truly hidden her entire body in the flower bed, the people who saw this scene would definitely notice her. They would definitely feel speechless at this scene. At the very least, he thought that Flay would discover him when he walked out from the entrance. However, Flay had been looking at a certain window of the male dormitory the entire time. She did not even pay attention to the entrance. Thus, until now, he had not been discovered. Wu Yan, who approached Flay, felt speechless. If I were to ridicule her, I feel that I will lose if I do this. Xiao Chen rubbed his twitching eyes. Wu Yan walked to the flower bed where Flay was hiding. Flay did not notice Wu Yan's arrival, even when she arrived before the flower bed. However, those Garm series automatons noticed Wu Yan's arrival. One by one they stood up. Flay was slightly startled. She finally noticed that something was amiss. She turned her head around and looked to the side. She noticed Wu Yan. Seeing Flay looking at him in a daze, Wu Yan wanted to laugh. However, he was unable to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Are you playing hide-and-seek? Flay first shook her head in a conditional manner. Immediately after, she realized what was going on. She panicked and her hand that was supporting herself on the ground slipped. It made the heavy body in front of him let out a bang sound. He landed heavily on the ground. Ugh, so painful. He cried out in pain. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and rubbed the pair of plump breasts that had the widest contact and suffered the most blows. Flay cried out with tears in her eyes. However, she did not know that the scene of her chest being rubbed was extremely stimulating to men. Gulp! Seeing Flay kneeling before him with tears in her eyes and rubbing her plump breasts, Wu Yan involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Immediately after, he turned his head away. Senior Fulay, you're here to look for me, right? Wu. Flay blinked her eyes with a perplexed expression. She only reacted a few seconds later, and hurriedly stood up. Leading the 5 dogs that had gathered around her, she faced Wu Yan with a gentle smile that had never appeared before on her face. Thank you for saving these children, my family and me and Loki. As expected, you're here to thank me. Wu Yan spread his hands and smiled. I've said it before. The reason why I helped you is because Ikaros wanted me to help you. Thus, if you want to thank me, you can say it to Ikaros. Perhaps she will be very happy that way. Then, Flay stood on her tiptoes and extended her head to look at the window of Wu Yan's room. Seeing her tottering appearance, Wu Yan was worried that she might fall down again. Where's Ikaros? She's in her room. Wu Yan smiled knowingly. What's wrong? Do you want to see Ikaros? Ugh. Flay hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Help me say thank you to her. No problem. Wu Yan straightforwardly agreed. Although Ikaros wasn't very familiar with Flay, the reason why she wanted to help Flay was because Flay's attitude toward her automaton touched Ikaros' heart. However, the two of them seemed to be getting along quite well. Ikaros wasn't good at interacting with others. It could even be said that she didn't interact with others at all. Flay was also clumsy and had a timid personality. It could be said that there wasn't a single person who interacted with Flay. On top of that, the two of them were naturally slow-witted. Having Ikaros become friends with Flay should be a pretty good choice, right? If possible, Wuyan hoped that Ikaros would be able to make some friends. Flay wasn't a bad person either. From a certain perspective, matchmaking the two of them should be a pretty good thing. After making up his mind, Wuyan was about to say something when Flay took out a bamboo basket. It was a bamboo basket filled with delicately made sandwiches that looked delicious. "Thank you, gift." With an expectant expression, Flay placed the bamboo basket in front of Wu Yan. "Do you want to eat?" "Thank you, gift." Wu Yan didn't suspect anything. He directly picked up a sandwich and swallowed it without caring about the taste. He planned to discuss Ikaros with Flay. However, reality proved that being so anxious would only bring harm to himself. After swallowing the entire sandwich, before Wu Yan could even open his mouth to discuss Ikaros with Flay, an extremely pungent taste rushed from his stomach to his brain. Wu Yan's mind went blank. Soon after, Wu Yan's facial expression changed at a speed that others would find difficult to match. Starting from the color of his skin, his face first turned green. Then it turned black. Then it turned red. Then it transitioned to green. In the end, his entire face turned deathly pale. Resisting the pain and dizziness brought about by the pungent taste in his stomach and brain, Wu Yan staggered back 2 steps. He looked at Flay with disbelief. You put poison in the sandwich?" "Whoa." With a panicked expression, Flay began to whimper. That's not poison. It's so disgusting, it's not poison?" With a trembling finger, Wu Yan pointed at Flay. "I was unable to tell what ingredient, cooking method or seasoning this taste came from. If it's not poison, then what is it?" That. Flay hugged Raby's neck and spoke in an incomparably wronged manner. "That's the medicine I obtained from the medical department when I was discharged from the hospital this morning." "Drugged? How is that not poisoning?" Wu Yan was nearly driven mad. However, he discovered that something seemed to be wrong with his body. Starting from his stomach, a burst of heat began to run through his body. Like a stream of water, the heat flowed through his blood and flowed to all parts of his body. This caused Wu Yan's body to gradually heat up. Originally, Wu Yan was only treating this so-called medicine as a joke. After all, regardless of what sort of medicine it was impossible for it to poison a true ancestor to death. However, now Wu Yan was unable to ignore this so-called medicine. Evidently, this medicine was taking effect. Furthermore, it was a medicine that not even a true ancestor was immune to. Sensing that his body was becoming hotter and hotter, and his head was becoming more and more fuzzy, Wu Yan forced himself to maintain his final consciousness and glared at Flay. "Exactly what sort of medicine did you put in there? Is it taking effect?" Even though Flay was clearly being glared at, the timid Flay did not feel afraid for the first time. Instead, she stared at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. In the next instant, Flay gave an answer that completely stunned Wu Yan. "I also do not know what sort of medicine it is." Flay tilted her head. However, the professor from the medical department said that it could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses. Increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses? Wu Yan cried out involuntarily. If a medicine that could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses was eaten by a human, wouldn't it be equivalent to a powerful aphrodisiac? It was no wonder that not even a true ancestor was immune to this so-called medicine. That medicine was simply not something that could endanger one's life. No matter how strong a true ancestor's vitality was, they would not be able to do anything about this medicine. However, the medicine's effect was continuously increasing in Wu Yan's body. This was also a fact. If this were to continue, Wu Yan might really lose his reason and turn into a pervert. In fact, since earlier, Flay's body fragrance seemed to have been amplified by many times and entered Wu Yan's nose repeatedly. This caused Wu Yan's heart to burn with lust. Oh, my great ancestor! In a situation where he almost lost his rationality, Wu Yan cried out loudly to Flay, "You've killed me!" After he finished saying those words, Wu Yan hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the courtyard, as if he was running away to prevent himself from pushing down this senior sister of his, that he had only known for 2 or 3 days. During the entire process, Flay merely stared blankly at him. After a long time, she hung her head dispiritedly. Wu. I failed. Chapter 1653. Ha. 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 Wu Yan dashed out of the male dormitory's courtyard with the fastest speed he could muster, with his ability restricted and his body comparable to that of a normal person. He ran madly all the way into the main street. In his hazy consciousness, Wu Yan only wanted to get away from Flay as much as possible. He did not even think about where he should run to. Therefore, when Wu Yan realized that he had run out of the dormitory and arrived at the main street, he immediately cursed in his heart. The reason was very simple. Although the number of people on the main street was not as many as the number of people during lunch break and after school, it was still quite a lot. Among these people who were strolling in 2s and 3s on the main street, chatting and laughing with each other as they walked in all directions, there were quite a number of young and tender female students. At this moment, in Wu Yan's eyes, none of these female students could be compared to the girls beside him, nor could they be compared to Charlot and Flay. However, their every action, every smile, and every frown were filled with seduction, causing Wu Yan's mouth to feel dry and his tongue to tremble. If he were to transform into a wolf on this main street that ran through all directions of the Walpurgis Wangli Tech Academy, and find a random girl to pounce on and forcefully ck her on the street, what would the consequences be? When he thought of this, Wu Yan's head that was so hot that it was almost burning cooled down a little. This allowed him to have some spare energy to think about other things. He would put aside the question of why Flay had drugged him for now. It was a fact that he had been drugged. He could not change it even if he wanted to. Moreover, judging from the fact that his entire body was burning up, his mind was in a mess, and he could not help but want to pounce on the girls that passed by. The effect of this drug was surprisingly good. However, that was not strange either. That was a drug that could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses. How could it not be effective if it was eaten by a person? The most important thing he should do now was to stay away from the crowd and wait. Would the drug's effect weaken with time? If it really did not work, at that time, he could only disregard everything and rush back to the dormitory first. At least in his own room. Natsuki Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa and Kanon were all pushovers. It was much better than finding a random person on the street to push. After making up his mind, Wu Yan took a deep breath. Just as he was about to dash out of the main street and run to the open space in the woods where he used to practice his magic tricks, a voice called out to him from behind. "What are you standing there for?" The moment he heard this voice, Wu Yan froze on the spot. This voice was quite familiar to him. However, because this voice was very familiar to Wu Yan didn't want to encounter it at this time. "Hey, he's asking you a question." Seeing Wu Yan frozen on the spot, the owner of the voice was very displeased. She walked past Wu Yan from behind and stopped in front of Wu Yan. Her long blonde hair shone brightly under the sunlight. Her sapphire blue eyes were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. She wore a beret on her head with a small dragon lying on top of it. She stood in front of Wu Yan with her hands on her hips and her pretty face scrunched up. She's very angry that she told others about it. When the passers-by saw this person, their eyes widened slightly. Then they fled in all directions in a panic. It was as if they saw a ferocious beast. It was an exaggeration. Thanks to this, Wu Yan didn't have to worry about being pushed down by a random person on the street. However, from another perspective, the appearance of this girl with a small dragon was the worst thing that could happen. Xia. Xia. Feeling the fragrance coming from the girl in front of him that made his hot body itch for action, he sweated profusely and jumped a good distance away as if he was bounced off. "Charlotte. Hey, what's with your reaction?" Charlotte seemed to have suffered a huge blow when she saw Wu Yan jump away as if he had seen a ghost. Tears even appeared at the corners of her eyes. "Isn't this too much?" As the most notorious Tyrantrex in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, Charlotte was revered by everyone. It was also because of this that Charlotte didn't have a single friend in the academy. Now she finally found a friend who could be considered on good terms with her. In the end, This person acted like everyone else and distanced himself from her. How could she not be affected? Thus, when he saw Charlotte's almost impossible tearful expression, Wu Yan endured the heat in his body while sweating profusely. He bitterly laughed out loud. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. You should know that I'm not the kind of person who would distance himself from you for no reason. Charlotte coldly snorted and wiped the corners of her eyes. She accepted Wu Yan's explanation. Then, she finally noticed Wu Yan's abnormal state. What's wrong? Charlotte frowned when she saw Wu Yan's face covered in sweat. His face was red and he looked like he was in a lot of pain. She walked over with concern. You're sweating so much and your face is so red. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look normal. No. I'm fine. Wu Yan quickly retreated, but before he could, Charlotte was already in front of him and grabbed his hand. Wu Yan couldn't help but freeze up at the touch of her skin. He couldn't retreat any further. On the other hand, Charlotte was shocked when she grabbed Wu Yan's hand. It's so hot. The moment she grabbed Wu Yan's hand, Charlotte's hand started to burn. That's the temperature of Wu Yan's body. Don't tell me you're sick? Charlotte frowned. She reached out and touched Wu Yan's forehead without hesitation. Wah. It's too hot. You're definitely having a fever. Wu Yan didn't answer. It should be said that this time he really didn't have the energy to answer. Touching Wu Yan's forehead and arms, the softness of Charlotte's hands entered his nostrils. Charlotte's body fragrance and the way she tiptoed to touch Wu Yan's forehead made her move closer to him. The pretty face in front of him. It was challenging Wu Yan's limits. Wu Yan looked at the beautiful face in front of him in a trance. The blood in his body started to flow faster, and his body temperature started to rise. Finally, he couldn't help it. He reached out and hugged Charlotte. Ha. When Charlotte reacted, her waist was already covered by a pair of strong hands. She was hugged tightly by a pair of strong arms as she snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. Charlotte's eyes widened when she felt a wave of heat coming from the body that she was in close contact with. Wu Yan's breathing became heavier. The soft and supple body of the girl in his arms entered his senses, causing his eyes to burn with passion. Before the girl could react to the sudden turn of events, he lifted her chin. Wait. Charlotte's eyes met with Wu Yan's when her chin was lifted. She could clearly see the heat in his eyes. At that moment, Charlotte's pretty face turned completely red. Her eyes widened, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. You. What do you want to do? Wu Yan didn't answer Charlotte's question. That was because he was already slowly inching closer to that pretty face. Don't tell me. You want to. Charlotte finally panicked when she saw Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer. Wait. However, Wu Yan didn't plan on waiting. His face was getting closer and closer. Seeing that the two of them are going to kiss soon, Charlotte could only helplessly hit Wu Yan's chest. In the end, she closed her eyes in a panic. Just as Wu Yan and Charlotte were about to kiss, a black shadow the size of a cat suddenly rushed in and knocked into Wu Yan's body, knocking him back. Wu Yan staggered back a few steps. His mind shook and he regained his rationality. Charlotte, on the other hand, sat on the ground weakly, gasping for air as if she was out of breath. Her face was as red as a rose, and her eyes were blurred. Calm down. Wu Yan. Sigmund, who knocked Wu Yan away, in a way, saved Charlotte's chastity crisis. He flapped his wings and flew in front of Charlotte while looking at Wu Yan. Something's wrong with you. It was because of this that Sigmund decided to intervene. Sigmund hoped that someone would be able to have a relationship with Charlotte that was beyond friendship. He wanted to let Charlotte, who was like his daughter, have a taste of love. Wu Yan calmed down when he heard Sigmund's calm voice. When he thought about how he almost pushed Charlotte down, he couldn't help but sweat again. I'm not feeling well. Wu Yan squeezed out an answer with difficulty. I'll go back first. Leaving behind the panting Charlotte and the confused Sigmund, Wu Yan ran back to his room without thinking. Bam! Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon, who were chatting in their room, jumped in fright when they heard the sound of the door being pushed open. They looked at the door and saw Wu Yan leaning against it, panting heavily. Master. Ikaros and Astria stood up and called out to him. Onyai-chan. Nagisa and Kanon greeted Wu Yan with a smile. You're back. Natsuki noticed that something was amiss and frowned. She asked in confusion. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't say anything. He raised his head and exposed his sweaty face to the girls. What was also exposed was a pair of eyes that were emitting evil flames. In one of the rooms in the tortoise dormitory, screams, and all sorts of noises could be heard clearly in the corridor. However, it didn't take long for these sounds to turn into cries of pain, gasps for breath, and moans that made people think of, today is destined to be a good day. Chapter 1654. The next morning. His back is aching and he's exhausted. Wu Yan slowly regained consciousness. Before opening his eyes, Wu Yan noticed that this awakening is a bit different from the previous ones. Of course, waking up in a state of backache and exhaustion was a different feeling from waking up in the past. Other than that, Wu Yan also felt something heavy on his body, just like his consciousness. It's as if he's being pressed down by something soft. Is this a ghost pressing down on me? But if it was a ghost pressing down on the bed, how could it be so comfortable? This feeling, this weight, it feels so familiar. Wu Yan woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Nagisa curled up like a kitten. She had tears at the corner of her eyes, and she laid on top of him naked. Seeing this, Wu Yan's brain short-circuited, and he's a bit confused. Nagisa is lying on top of me? But didn't Nagisa sleep with Natsuki? Why is she naked? It took some time for Wu Yan to react to the situation. His body moved unnaturally. But with this movement, Wu Yan's arms and thighs are starting to feel heavy as well. Beside Wu Yan, there was a voluptuous angel girl with a pair of pink wings and a pair of pure white wings. Similarly, the two angelic girls were also in a state of naked and smooth state. Ikaros and Astria are hugging Wu Yan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. She looked like she was sleeping soundly. And a little below the bed, Natsuki and Kanon were sleeping on Wu Yan's thighs. Their hair was messy and they didn't have any clothes on. Their skin was white and flawless. An unnatural redness covered their skin, including their cheeks. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon surrounded Wu Yan's body. They were sleeping soundly. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Wu Yan couldn't react in time. However, the room is filled with an extremely foul stench. Wu Yan, who is familiar with this stench, turned his head and scanned the room. He saw that the room had become extremely messy. On the floor, on the sofa, on the counter, and on the potted plant, pieces of clothes were strewn all over the room. A strong odor permeated the air. It was a smell that could easily arouse one's urges. Wu Yan finally recalled what happened when he got hit by this strange smell. He remembered that Fu Lei had drugged him yesterday, and he had nearly turned into a self-propelled human cannon. His reputation had been completely destroyed. Also, if Wu Yan remembered correctly, he almost pushed down Charlotte, who was just passing by to buy soy sauce. Wu Yan felt a lingering fear when he thought about this. He was relieved. Fortunately, he made it back to the dorm. Otherwise, Wu Yan didn't dare to imagine what kind of tragedy would have befallen him. However, Flei's drugging incident did help Wu Yan. Otherwise, how could Wu Yan have the guts to push down Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon at the same time without the help of any Chinese medicine? Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Yan reminisced about the feeling of making love with the 5 girls yesterday. He pulled his hands away from Ikaros and Astria. He hugged Nagisa and sat up. He started patting the girls' faces. It's time to wake up, my dear wives. Under Wu Yan's teasing, the 5 girls started to let out soft moans that could make one's bones go numb. Their delicate bodies wriggled a few times and their brows furrowed slightly. They slowly woke up and opened their eyes. Ha! Nagisa yawned and stretched her body sleepily. However, when she moved, a sharp pain pierced her lower body. Nagisa cried out in pain. It hurts. Ugh. Kanon seemed to be in the same pain. She had a dazed expression on her face. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up from her sleep. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astria were the only ones who managed to snap out of it. This isn't the first time Ikaros and Astria did it. They didn't need to sleep yet. Even though they fell asleep due to Wu Yan's teasing, they will regain their consciousness as soon as they wake up. The moment the two angelic girls woke up, they remembered the crazy thing they did yesterday. Their faces turned red and even their ears turned red. As for Natsuki, she had simply gotten used to her ability to react quickly when something was wrong, allowing her to immediately wake up from her dizzy state. Natsuki naturally felt the same pain as Nagisa and Kanon. She recalled how a certain wolf had gone berserk yesterday and pushed everyone here to the ground. Her doll-like face darkened. Yua. Only then did Nagisa and Kanon recall what had happened yesterday. They cried out in shock and anger, grabbing the sheets on the bed and wrapping them around themselves. The next moment, Natsuki's sharp and cold gaze landed on Wu Yan, causing him to shiver. "Is there anything you want to explain?" Natsuki's voice was as childish and calm as ever. It gave off a contradictory feeling of calmness and innocence. However, there was no calmness or innocence in her voice. There was only bone-chilling coldness. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry Natsuki was at Wu Yan's actions yesterday. Pervert. Pervert. Idiot. Big idiot. Not only Natsuki, even Nagisa had tears in her eyes as she complained. "He didn't even give me time to prepare myself and treated Nagisa like that. Nagisa is really angry. That. Kanon, on the other hand, seemed to be trying to mediate the fight. With a red face, she pulled the blanket to cover her body as she squeezed out those words in a fluster. Nagisa-chan, Minamiya-sensei, calm down." Whether or not Natsuki and Nagisa calmed down is another matter. However, the two of them stopped talking. They glared at Wu Yan as if they want to see through him. If it wasn't for the restriction bracelet, Natsuki would have attacked Nagisa for sure. Nagisa aside, Natsuki would definitely have attacked. Under the watchful eyes of the two girls, Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. After carefully choosing his words, he meekly said this. "If I told you that a woman drugged me with an aphrodisiac, would you believe me?" There was no need to answer that question. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, Astria, and even Ikaros looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. That was only natural. A woman drugged a man? Could it be that this woman wanted this man to push her down? Although it wasn't impossible, this possibility was definitely much smaller than a man suddenly going berserk and forcing himself on a group of girls. They couldn't help but be suspicious. "It's true. Someone really drugged me yesterday. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least understand me." Wu Yan didn't know what was the most sincere expression. He didn't know what was fake either. He tried his best to defend himself. "Do I look like the kind of scum who would go berserk and force himself on all of you?" Other than Ikaros and Kanon, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Astria checked Wu Yan out before they spoke in unison. "What else?" Wu Yan almost coughed up blood. "At least believe me." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. After a while, Natsuki got impatient. She snorted and shifted her gaze away from Wu Yan. "It looks like you're not lying. I'm not interested in the details, so I won't ask. But you have to know that there won't be a next time. Don't worry about it." Wu Yan patted his chest in glee. "Next time, it will definitely be under the condition that you are willing to do it." Natsuki flinched and shouted angrily. "Who would be willing to be with you?" Chapter 1655. Valpurgis Wangli Academy, Student Cafeteria. With Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon in tow, Wu Yan entered the student cafeteria under the gazes of the surrounding students and the astonished gazes of the other girls. He didn't know if it was fate or ill-fated, but the moment he entered the cafeteria, Wu Yan saw a seductress with a small dragon perched on her shoulder. "Yo!" Without thinking, Wu Yan raised his hand and greeted him with a nonchalant expression. "Here to eat?" Charlotte's shoulders trembled exaggeratedly when she heard the voice. She turned her head abruptly and looked towards the entrance of the student cafeteria. When she saw Wu Yan standing there, a panicked expression appeared on her pretty face. Then Charlotte didn't even say a word. She turned around and ran in another direction as if she was escaping. "Ikaros." Wu Yan waved at Ikaros with a, "I knew you would do this" look. "Catch her." Ikaros's eyes quickly turned pink with an illusory square frame. She stretched out her hand toward Charlotte. Busy. In the next instant, a spherical protective barrier made of crystals appeared around the fleeing Charlotte, trapping her within and suspending her in midair. Let me out! Let me out! Charlotte was stunned at first. Then she knocked hard on the aegis that trapped her inside the absolute defense circle. She screamed as she knocked on the cafeteria. Save me! Someone save me! I'm going to be violated by a pervert. Who's a pervert? Wu Yan ridiculed as he led the girls to the aegis that trapped Charlotte. Besides, if it's just a pervert, he wouldn't dare attack you, right? You pervert. Let me out. Charlotte glared at Wu Yan. Her eyes were watery. Could it be? Are you planning to take me home and enjoy me? If it's really possible, I don't mind. Wu Yan moved a chair to the nearest table and sat down with the girls. He looked at Charlotte, who was knocking on the barrier in the aegis, absolute defense circle, in a mocking manner. But I'm hungry right now. I'll come back and enjoy you after dinner. You. Charlotte secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said with a timid expression. You're not for real, are you? That depends on what you mean by that. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he said in an annoyed tone. You're running away early in the morning, and you're calling me a pervert? You're a pervert. Charlotte snorted. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you did to me yesterday? You're worse than a beast. As soon as Charlotte finished her words, the sound of a group of people falling to the ground and the sound of plates and cutlery shattering echoed in the student cafeteria. The students who are eating in the student cafeteria heard Charlotte's words clearly. An indescribable silence filled the cafeteria as they looked at Wu Yan and Charlotte in astonishment. After a moment of silence, many of them gave Wu Yan a thumbs up. To be able to subdue that Rex of Monarch's reign. Furthermore, he had done something that was worse than a beast. This was enough to establish a legend in the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. The students couldn't help but be speechless with admiration. Under those admiring gazes, Wu Yan couldn't keep his carefree expression any longer. He couldn't help but retort. Can you not say things that will cause misunderstandings? What did I do to you yesterday? I'm worse than a beast. You forgot? You forgot. How dare you forget? Charlotte shouted angrily. Didn't you try to take away the most important thing of a young girl from me yesterday? This time, the students in the cafeteria started coughing violently. Some of them even spat out the food in their mouths. Big brother. Even Nagisa seemed to believe Charlotte's words and revealed a sinister expression. Surely you didn't. Did you do the same thing to Miss Charlotte? What? Charlotte exclaimed in shock. Did he also almost steal your first kiss? First kiss? Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were shocked. They said something that silenced the cafeteria. It was just a kiss? He looked like a duck that was being strangled. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent. It was just a kiss? What does that mean? Crimson Eyes didn't just take advantage of Rex, he took advantage of Crimson Eyes and took advantage of Rex's robot. He even took advantage of her automaton, and this advantage wasn't as simple as just a kiss, right? This time, the gazes of the students in the cafeteria towards Wu Yan changed from admiration and reverence to disdain and contempt. Pervert. Pervert. You're an incorrigible pervert. The #1 pervert in the world. Charlotte shouted angrily. You even took advantage of your own automaton. Why don't a pervert like you just die? I really want to die now. Wu Yan forced a smile. He rubbed his forehead like he was having a headache. I beg of you. I don't care about the rumors, but please don't tarnish my reputation, okay? Natsuki, Nagisa, Astria, and Charlotte were angered by his words. Tarnish your reputation? That was something you actually did. How can this be tarnishing your reputation? It seems like even the bystanders were dissatisfied. They let out an inaudible sound. Stinky pervert. Perverted bastard. I already said no. Wu Yan, who was about to retort, was startled. He turned around and looked to the side. In the next instant, his face twisted. Senior Flay. The one who is standing next to him and speaking is the one who caused Wu Yan to turn into a wolf and push down the 5 girls who came with him yesterday, Flay. Today, Flay only had Raby with her. The other automatons were nowhere to be seen. Flay was holding a bamboo basket that made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. She walked over shyly and placed it in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the extravagant sandwiches in front of him, as if they could only be made in a high-class restaurant, Wu Yan's face twitched. What's going on? You. Flay sneaked a glance at Wu Yan. Her gaze kept drifting away. Thank you. You already used this joke yesterday. Wu Yan took a glance at the bamboo basket and turned his head away. That's why I don't need it. Please take it back. Being rejected by Wu Yan in such a cold manner, the pearl-colored girl with a ponytail was petrified. Her legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. She tightly hugged Raby beside her and started crying. I'm the one who wants to cry, okay? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. I was screwed over by you yesterday. You must have put something in the sandwiches again today, right? You. Flay buried her head in Raby's fur. It was unknown if she was really crying or if she was faking it. Her shoulders were trembling. You don't believe me. You just screwed me over yesterday. How am I supposed to believe you? If this continued, there would be no end to it. At that moment, Wu Yan decided to change the topic. Oh, that's right. Why did you only bring Raby with you today? This method of changing the topic worked. Flay raised her head and answered softly. I had everyone take turns to rest, so that we can prepare for tonight's battle. Tonight's battle? Wu Yan and the group of girls were startled. Hey. Charlot, who was still trapped in the Aegis, spoke in a helpless manner. Don't tell me you've forgotten that tonight is the opening ceremony of the night gathering? Charlot's reminder caused Wu Yan and the others to remember. In that case, Wu Yan spoke in an uncertain manner. The night gathering is going to start today? Furthermore, there will be a battle between the 99th ranked and the 100th ranked. Charlot cast a glance at Flay. In other words, Flay will be fighting against that Japanese tonight. In an instant, the group of people turned their gazes to Flay. Facing the crowd's gazes, Flay displayed a firm smile. Everyone could not help but feel relieved. Chapter 1656. Dang. 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 The clock tower of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy rang its rhythm, bringing up a light and solemn chime that turned into echoes, echoing in the sky above the academy. Behind the central lecture hall of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, there was a stage on the lawn sandwiched between the medical department and the law department. Light trucks were arranged in all directions of the lawn. Wires were plugged into them, and they were ready to work at any time. At the front of the lawn was a temporary stage, and behind it was a passageway. On the left was a central lecture hall, and on the right was an ancient Roman-style auditorium. The auditorium surrounded the entire lawn. On the lawn, students in black robes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and looking nervously at the direction of the stage, more or less making noises. The lawn was where the night assembly was held, and it was also the battleground for the contestants of the night assembly. Of course, the students who were able to gather in the battleground in black robes were naturally the gauntlet holders who had the qualification to participate in the night gathering. The students who couldn't participate in the night assembly went up to the auditorium, chatting with each other with noises that were noisier than the gauntlet holders in the battleground. There was still time until the night assembly. There were still around 15 minutes left. The gauntlet holders' official match would start at 6 p.m. when the bell rang. Right now, it was 5:15 in the afternoon. At 5:30 p.m., the opening ceremony would start, and until 6 p.m., it would be used for the opening speech. During this waiting time, putting aside the gauntlet holders in the field, the audience in the auditorium was using this time to enjoy the delicacies bought from the food salesmen or stalls nearby. They were in a noisy state as though they had entered a circus to watch a show. It wasn't anything strange. For the gauntlet bearers, the night assembly would naturally be able to compete for the throne of the Devil King. It was an important competition to win everything, but for the students who didn't have the qualification to participate in the night assembly was just a form of entertainment. Therefore, the audience could see it clearly. In the audience, lunchboxes, snacks, drinks, and even alcohol sales staff were working in an orderly manner at the stalls. All of them were extremely busy, running around the spectator stands. Wu Yan and Charlotte walked together with the group of girls. When they arrived at the audience seat, the black robe that they were wearing and the gloves on their hands exposed their identities as the gauntlet, causing many pairs of eyes to gather on them. Charlotte kicked the ground in annoyance and complained, "Why don't you just enter the arena? Wouldn't that be very eye-catching?" "It's just as eye-catching when you enter the arena." Wu Yan gestured at the rowdy crowd with his lips. "And look, these people are simply here to watch a monkey show. Are you willing to go on stage and be a monkey?" Charlotte was at a loss for words. She quickly opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but a voice nearby covered her. "Pancakes, freshly baked pancakes. Anyone want some?" The moment she heard the voice, Astria's pair of adornments on her ears moved. Her eyes glowed as she waved at the source of the voice. "Me. I want some. Give it to me." "Yes." A salesperson holding a box full of pancakes ran over with a smile. She was a lively and cute girl who looked slightly older than Charlotte. "Astria-chan, didn't you just have lunch?" Cannon tugged on Astria's shirt and said softly, "You're right. It's not good for your health to overeat like this." Sigh. Astria let out a disappointed sigh. "But I really want to eat." "You can't." "Astria-chan." Nagisa reprimanded Astria like an older sister with her hands on her hips. "Girls can't show off too much in public. Otherwise it will damage their image." Seeing that the situation had developed into a situation where she did not know if she would buy it or not, a troubled expression appeared on the face of the pancake seller as she stood frozen on the spot. Wu Yan sighed and took out his wallet. "She came all the way here just to say no. It's going to be awkward." "I'm sorry, please give me a pancake." "Thank you." A smile reappeared on the girl's face. She wanted to thank him for his patronage, but when she saw Wu Yan, she paused for a bit before her eyes lit up. "Your scarlet eyes, Wu Yan-sama, right?" Wu Yan nodded with a confused expression. "Do you know me?" "It's my honor to meet you." The girl didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the hand of the stunned Wu Yan who was holding the wallet and said in a joyful tone, "All right. This pancake is for you. Treat it as a congratulatory gift for your victory in the night gathering." "No. I'm sorry. Please don't hold back." The girl stuffed a pancake into Wu Yan's hand. She looked at Wu Yan shyly and stuck her head out. She kissed Wu Yan on the cheek. "Ah, you kissed me." The girl screamed and ran away like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a stunned Wu Yan who was still holding the pancake in his hand, stunned on the spot. In the next moment, waves of bone-piercing cold air began to rise from the side. "He really is a pervert," Charlotte said coldly. "He's reminiscing." Nagisa puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "Master. Idiot. Bad." Even Astria started scolding him. Her face was filled with indignation. Ikaros and Cannon didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with anxiety. It was as if they were afraid their sweetheart would be snatched away by someone else. Natsuki didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yan with her emotionless eyes. She gave Wu Yan an indescribable sense of pressure. "I didn't do anything, okay?" Wu Yan cried out in grievance. "How would I know what's up with that girl? Why did she suddenly kiss me?" Charlotte turned her head away. "She's probably a fan of yours." "Fan? You're one of the members of the 13. You should have your own fans." Charlotte glanced at Wu Yan. "What's so strange about that?" "Fine." Wu Yan sighed and raised the pancake in his hand. "So are you eating or not?" "Of course I'm eating." Astria's indignation disappeared and was replaced by joy. She took the pancake from Wu Yan. "You should have said no." Nagisa couldn't help but say, "Astria-chan, you'll let Oni-san off the hook if you do that." "But the pancake is innocent," Astria said with a straight face. She took a big bite of the pancake and chewed happily. "It's delicious." Everyone laughed bitterly when they saw the blissful expression on Nagisa's face. They couldn't bring themselves to complain. At this moment on the lawn, the band around the stage began to blow their horns. The flock of birds was also deliberately released. They soared and danced in the air. Oh! The surrounding students clapped their hands and cheered. It was the prelude to the opening ceremony of the night party. This time, I have to go even if I don't want to. Charlotte calmly tightened her gown. All right, let's go. Wu Yan shrugged. He led Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa and Kanon to the stage. Just as Wu Yan stepped on the grass field representing the night assembly, a person in formal attire broke away from the line of gauntlets and passed by Wu Yan as if he's skipping the opening ceremony. For a split second, when the person brushed past Wu Yan, he paused for a bit. Wu Yan's expression stiffened, and he stopped as well. The guy left the scene in a hurry as if he just completed a mission. Wu Yan didn't even look back as he stood there with his hand raised. There was a piece of paper in his hand. Chapter 1657. In the first battle of the night gathering, the participants were the 99th and 100th ranked participants. In other words, Flay would be fighting against Lei Jun, who she had been scheming to assassinate all this while, on the first night of the night gathering. Originally, Flay wanted to assassinate Lei Jun because Lei Jun's strength was not something she could handle. In order to save the Hellhound automaton, Flay had no choice but to assassinate Lei Jun. In other words, with Flay's strength, it was impossible for her to defeat Lei Jun. If she were to fight, Flay would undoubtedly be defeated. However, that was in the past. Currently, Rabi's Hellhound automaton was no longer the only one by Flay's side. Instead, there were more than 10 Hellhound automatons by her side. The automaton of the Garm series was originally developed to allow newbie puppeteers to control it as they wished. Therefore, it was not difficult for Flay to control the Garm series automaton multiple times. On top of that, the sound pressure control was an extremely outstanding magic circuit to begin with. Now Flay's strength could be said to have increased by several folds. Of course, with Flay's current level of skill in magic, even if the Hellhound automaton was easier to control, she was still unable to control more than 10 of them. With Flay's current proficiency in magic, under the condition that she did not affect the control of the other automatons, she could at most control 5 automatons of the Garm series. However, this still allowed Flay's strength to increase by several times. Under such circumstances, the situation in the first battle between Flay and Lei Jun could be said to have completely reversed. Watching Lei Jun and Yaya being surrounded by more than 5 Hellhound automatons and dodging the sound pressure cannons with great difficulty, the two of them looked like they were in a difficult situation. They seemed to have fallen into a bitter battle. Charlotte could not help but forget to avert her gaze. This is too ridiculous. That's right, it's too outrageous. With Lei Jun's strength, even if he couldn't enter the ranks of the 13, he would definitely be an excellent puppet user who would follow closely behind. Now because Flay had obtained the help of the other automaton from the Garm series, she was able to obtain the help of the Garm series. His strength had improved greatly. The level of these two people had already surpassed the level of those ranked in the top 20 or 30. It was close to the top of the 13 meet-NDS. Yet, in the first battle of the night gathering, this first battle had evolved to a level that the previous night gathering's first battles could never reach. Wasn't it ridiculous for the first match to be at this level? It could be heard from the frequent cheers and cheers from the audience. How exciting would tonight's first battle be? I'm afraid that the puppet users who are at the bottom of the night meeting are under a lot of pressure right now, right? This battle has already surpassed the standards of the previous night meetings. Charlot stared at the battlefield below without blinking. I wonder if there will be a victor between the two of them? It's hard to say. Sitting at the side, Natsuki shifted her gaze to Lei Jun, who had a vexed expression on his face. However, a thoughtful glint could be seen in his eyes. Judging from that brat's appearance, he should be trying to think of a way to break this stalemate. If he can think of a way within an hour, that brat will be the victor. An hour? Charlot was slightly startled. Then he understood. So that's how it is. The lower-ranked contestants had to stay on the battlefield for a full hour before they could request to leave. In other words, Lei Jun had to either come up with a way to break through the encirclement of the Garm series automaton within an hour and defeat them one by one, or he had to hold on for an hour and go back to slowly think of a way. Lei Jun was a person of action. However, his brain was not weak either. If he was given an entire day, Leijun should be able to think of a way. At that time, Flay would have no choice but to announce her defeat. Of course, on the second night of the night gathering, the 98th ranked contestants would also enter the battlefield and cause chaos. No one could predict how the situation would turn out. That's why the best course of action is to decide the victor tonight. If Flay wants to defeat Leijun, she has to defeat Leijun while she still has the strategic advantage. She has to defeat Leijun before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Therefore, this was a battle of speed. Leijun has to think of a way to break through the stalemate. Flay has to defeat Leijun before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Whoever manages to break through the stalemate first will be the victor. Suddenly, Charlotte realized that someone's voice was missing from her side. She scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Natsuki and Nagisa and Kanon, who were chatting excitedly while watching the battle. Then she finally noticed something. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria are missing. Where are they? Charlotte asked in a daze. Where did they go? Who knows? Who knows? Natsuki glanced at Charlotte and replied casually. Maybe he's caught up in something troublesome again. At the same time, Wu Yan led Ikaros and Astria to the front of the central lecture hall as they sneaked past the venue of the night gathering. Wu Yan looked at the large building in front of him. He raised his hand and looked at the piece of paper in his hand. This piece of paper was stuffed into Wu Yan's hand by the guy who suddenly left during the opening ceremony. He passed by Wu Yan. There's only one sentence written on it. The Night Gathering Executive Department awaits your arrival. Without a doubt, this was an invitation letter. Even though it's just a piece of paper, the words Night Gathering Executive Department appeared on it. This simple invitation letter isn't as simple as it seems. The Night Gathering Executive Department is an organization set up specifically to deal with the night gathering. The Night Gathering Executive Department is in charge of everything related to the night gathering. The meeting hall of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the Central Lecture Hall. In other words, the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the Central Lecture Hall. Wu Yan didn't know who invited him here. But if he guessed correctly, it should be a student. There are 3 people in the Night Gathering Executive Department who have the right to speak. They are the dean, the representative of the professors, and the representative of the students. Since the decisions of the Night Gathering Executive Department tend to favor the opinions of the adults, the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department is a student. The person who invited Wu Yan to the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is most likely the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department. Coincidentally, Wu Yan knows of this person's existence. Banquet at Hongmen? Wu Yan crushed the piece of paper in his hand. He looked at the central lecture hall in front of him and smirked. Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. Wu Yan led the 2 angelic girls who looked like his bodyguards. He opened the door of the central lecture hall and he walked in. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria saw a spacious hall when they opened the door to one of the rooms on the third floor of the central lecture hall. The floor of the hall was covered with a crimson carpet. The wine-red curtains were drawn to the wall. A large Victorian-style round table was placed in the center of the hall. There were 3 seats around it. On one of the 3 seats, there was a young man who wasn't tall, had a slender figure and looked like a young girl. His entire body exuded the aura of nobility. His legs were crossed elegantly, and he was holding a cup of black tea in his hand. He was sipping it in small sips as he sat there. Beside the young man stood a tall man wearing a deacon's suit and tinted glasses. Looking at the 2 at the round table, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Chapter 1658. In the vast executive hall of the night party, a young man with green hair and silver hair sat at the head of the round table, one standing and one sitting at the head of the table, releasing a presence that couldn't be ignored. The sound of the door being pushed open reverberated clearly in the vast space, but the young man acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to hold the teacup and drink sip by sip. Only the man who looked like a deacon turned his head and shot a sharp gaze in the direction of the door. Anyone who met the sharp gaze of the man who looked like a deacon would be able to tell that the other party wasn't simple. That's because there's a faint smell of blood coming from the man's body. Those with keen senses would be able to detect it. This was an existence that had truly killed people. Moreover, other than the smell of blood, there was also an extremely strong sense of oppression coming from the other party's body. This told others that this person not only knew how to kill people, but his methods of killing people were also definitely of the valiant kind. However, those with keen senses would be able to detect it. On this person's body, there was a hidden smell of blood and a sense of oppression that made people feel extremely out of place. That feeling of incompatibility was as if the other party was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Compared to the deacon who gave off a sense of incompatibility, the young man sitting at the head of the table who was elegantly enjoying his tea looked like a normal person. Of course, that's just how it looks. My honored guest. As if he was satisfied, the noble and elegant young man put down the teacup in his hand and slowly stood up and turned around. He faced the door with a sly smile on his face. Willie? Palace. Welcome to my palace. Palace Hall? Did this person treat the meeting hall of the executive department as his own palace? I don't know if he's arrogant or confident. Pursing his lips, Wu Yan led Ikaros and Astria into the meeting room of the executive department. Their footsteps were muffled on the luxurious carpet. The young man watched as Wu Yan and the two angelic girls got closer. The sly smile on his face got thicker and thicker to the point where it looked like he's up to no good. Looking at that smile, Wu Yan felt a bit nauseous, so he didn't go any closer. Instead, he stopped 5 meters away from the boy and met the eyes of the boy who was full of smiles. I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush. His first sentence was a tit for tat. This caused the eyes of the man standing behind the young man, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, to quickly condense killing intent. He moved a few steps to the side, so that there's no obstacle between him and Wu Yan. Clearly, this man had the intention of charging forward. Really, you can't be rude to my esteemed guest. The young man was clearly being treated with disrespect in the beginning, but he still sounded happy. He spread his hands and said as if he was putting on a show. However, I don't mind beating around the bush. At the very least, please give me the esteemed scarlet eyes. Do you have the time to introduce yourself? The head of the night meeting hall's executive department, number 10 of the 13, Cedric Granville. Cedric Granville. Wu Yan looked at the boy with a gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything before he opened his mouth with a smile that is not a smile. For now, I'll treat you as this person. Treat me as this person? The young man raised an eyebrow. The sly smile on his face turned into an enigmatic one. That's an interesting way to put it. It seems like you're not as simple as I thought. Well. The young man showed an exaggerated smile. He looked at Ikaros and Astria behind Wu Yan. His eyes were filled with curiosity and amusement. You can carry 5 high-performance automatons with you, and you've even suppressed Marshall before. You defeated Felix and even sent Bronson, who almost took the throne of Demon King, to prison. Everyone knows that you're not simple. Everyone only knows about the first half of the fight. No one knows about the fact that I defeated Bronson, the head of the nightclub executive department. Wu Yan shrugged. Since you know this, doesn't that mean you're the same as me? Using your logic, let's assume that's the case for now. The young man smiled nonchalantly. His gaze never left Ikaros and Astria as he spoke in a praising tone. You have a very beautiful automaton. And Wu Yan glanced at the young man. You didn't ask me to come here just to see my automaton, did you? No, it's just a little. The young man waved his hand. His expression was as pure as an angel's, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. After all, one of my few interests is to destroy beautiful things. That's a good interest. Wu Yan smiled knowingly. I'll see if I can kill you later. Pung. As soon as he finished speaking, the man standing next to the young man who looked like a deacon suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward. Mana fluctuations flashed on the man's body. The man had clearly used some kind of magic to make his figure disappear in a flash. No, he didn't really disappear. The man's speed increased to a point where the naked eye couldn't catch him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wu Yan and grabbed Wu Yan's neck. During the whole process, Wu Yan didn't move a single muscle. His neck was easily grabbed by the attendant's hand. The man who looked like a deacon tightened his grip on the neck, that looked like it would break with a single pinch. His eyes, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, were filled with murderous intent. Although you're the young master's VIP, can you please watch your mouth a little? Jeanne said without a trace of a smile. The Granville family's deacons are excellent, but not perfect. If you want to point out a flaw, it would be that you can't stand to hear your master being badmouthed. Wu Yan laughed when he heard that. He laughed as if he was watching a clown perform. His laughter was full of sarcasm, and he wasn't worried that his neck would be crushed. This caused Shinobi's murderous gaze to turn cold. Just as Jeanne was about to teach Kirin a lesson, the young man's unhurried voice entered his ears. Stop it, Jeanne. As a deacon, it's my duty to stand up for my master. Jeanne replied without turning his head as he tightened his grip on Wu Yan's neck. So even if it's the young master's order, please let me delay it for a while. Well, I don't mind. The young man's reproachful words carried an imperceptible dissatisfaction as it reverberated in the air. But rather than standing up for me, I hope you care more about my safety. Jeanne paused for a moment before his expression changed. He turned around and looked at the young man. The young man was still standing at his original spot. However, at this moment he raised his hands up high and made a gesture of surrendering. He had a smile on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Behind the young man, a girl with a pair of pure white wings stood there. She held a laser sword in her hand and held it against the young man's neck. It was none other than Astrea. Jeanne was shocked. He turned around and looked behind Wu Yan. He saw that where the two angel-like girls were supposed to be standing, the one with long golden hair and pure white wings had disappeared at some point in time. All that was left was the girl with pink wings and pink hair, who was staring at the real girl with a pair of illusory square frames and a pair of cold, heart-piercing crimson eyes. Jeanne's scalp tingled as he looked at the pair of cold crimson eyes. He had a feeling. If he really dared to crush the neck in his hand, then this beautiful girl who was as beautiful as an angel in front of him would definitely blast him into pieces before he could do so. Chapter 1659. One of them was choked by a hand while the other was held by a sword. Both of their necks were in a position where a fatal wound could be inflicted on them within a second. Tension filled the air. Oh, what a shocking speed. The young man with the laser sword on his neck said with a smile on his face. This is the first time I've seen an automaton that can move faster than a real one. Is there a magic circuit inside it that increases its speed? Or is it a magic circuit related to space? You think that speed is magic? Wu Yan smiled calmly. If that's the case, then I'm sorry, but can you not compare my Astrea to your automaton? You can tell that it's really my automaton. The young man asked in surprise. There are plenty of people who can tell that it's an automaton, but I've never seen anyone who could tell that it's an automaton so quickly. After all, it's too similar to a real person, isn't it? It doesn't change the fact that it performed magic in an instant. Wu Yan explained with a lack of interest. The only thing that can perform magic in an instant is an automaton. This is common knowledge, the head of the night meeting. Beautiful. The young man clapped happily from the bottom of his heart. In other words, you didn't see that it was really an automaton, but that his speed was performed through magic, right? Isn't this even more difficult than seeing if it's really an automaton? Too bad, unfortunately. Wu Yan glanced at Shinichi, who had a sour expression, and he shook his head in disdain. This isn't the first time I've seen the magic your deacon used. Not the first time. Shinichi was stunned. Oh. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was trying to see through Wu Yan. That's interesting. From what I know, the only automaton that can perform this magic is the one that can do it. At the current stage, other than my people, no one else can do it. That's true. Wu Yan nodded in agreement. Only you people would treat a low-quality product like this as a treasure. Jeanne's eyes suddenly released a murderous aura that was 10 times stronger than before. His heart was filled with anger. The smile on the young man's face finally disappeared. He stared at Wu Yan intently. Low-quality product? Your automaton magic trick. It should be the control of vectors, right? Wu Yan sighed. Controlling the vectors related to your body to increase your attack, defense and speed, isn't it? You've seen through it to this extent. The young man was still smiling. However, the smile disappeared from his eyes. We call this magic trick complete control of vibration. It is a magic trick that interferes with the direction of movement of the body at the molecular level, thereby strengthening the attack, defense, and speed. This is the most advanced magic trick. I didn't expect that it would only be an inferior product in your eyes. It can only interfere with the movement of the body. What is it if it's not a low-quality product? Wu Yan didn't hide his words and mocked him without holding back. I've seen a magic that can even interfere with the movement of the Earth and slow down the Earth's rotation for 5 minutes. The effect is the same, but the level is completely different. Interfere with the movement of the Earth. For a moment, the young man's eyes seemed to widen in shock. Impossible. Masato, who is choking Wu Yan's neck, exclaimed. If there really is such a level of complete control vibration, the person who developed it would have used it to rule the world. Wu Yan didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the boy with an emotionless expression before looking at Shinobu. Both the master and servant felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be true? Of course it was true. In the world of Magic Catalog, the strongest esper in Academy City was vector control. It was the same type of complete control vibration, but the level of the two was completely different. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its attack power. Accelerator's vector control could interfere with the movement of external energy. His every move could cause the Earth to shake. He could even slow down the Earth's rotation for 5 minutes. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its defense. The vector manipulation that was commonly used could interfere with the direction of movement of external attacks, causing the incoming attacks to be reflected back. True complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its speed. Accelerator's vector control could also interfere with kinetic energy, wind, and air resistance to increase its speed. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could use his skin to touch the body of others and reverse the flow of blood and bioelectricity, causing the body to self-destruct. With the support of the vector manipulation ability, Accelerator could reflect all physical attacks back. There was no need to increase his defense at all. In theory, even nuclear weapons would not be able to hurt him at all. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could control the flow of air and create a gale with a wind speed of 120 meters per second. He could also create 4 tornadoes behind him. With the power of the tornadoes, he could even match the speed of a fighter jet. Compared to vector manipulation, complete control of vibration was not qualified to be compared at all. Of course, that was referring to the level of vector manipulation. If the level of vector manipulation was only level 4, perhaps it would be on the same level as complete control of vibration. Of course, no matter how strong vector control was, it was still a superpower in the Magic Catalog. It had nothing to do with the Nimble Girl invulnerability world. It wouldn't appear in this world. Wu Yan didn't bother to explain this point. He glanced at Astria. Astria understood and withdrew the laser sword from the boy's neck. She flapped her wings and flew into the air. She circled around the hall and returned to Wu Yan's side, landing next to Ikaros. The real's hand was still on Wu Yan's neck. If he really wanted to, he could have snapped Wu Yan's neck right now. Faced with such a situation, Wu Yan not only called Astria back, he also ignored the pressure on his neck as if he didn't care about his own life and death. Seeing this, the Truth, who was in control of this person's life and death, gnashed his teeth in hatred. Really? The young man revealed a helpless expression for the first time. He already retreated. If you don't stop, wouldn't that make me look weak? The real's expression changed a few times. He unwillingly withdrew his hand and returned to the boy's side. In truth, the youth really wanted to ask if the complete control vibration that could shake the entire earth really existed, and if it did, who possessed it. However, perhaps it was because he subconsciously did not want to, or perhaps he did not dare to think that there was such a level of complete control vibration. The young man suppressed the doubts in his heart and forced a smile. Don't tell me you don't want to ask me why I asked you to come here? I told you from the start, I don't like to beat around the bush. Wu Yan chuckled at the boy. But you like to beat around the bush. That's why I accompanied you for so long. In other words, Wu Yan had already asked from the very beginning. It's just that the youngster kept spouting nonsense. It's not that Wu Yan didn't ask, it's because the boy liked to play and Wu Yan played with him. The boy choked. He was a little annoyed. In the past, other than facing his own parents, he had always been the one to take the lead in everything. But now he's a level lower than Wu Yan. How could the boy not be annoyed? However, as if he had thought of something, the young man laughed happily again. I want to introduce you to someone. After saying that, the young man gently snapped his fingers. At the same time, the door to the hall opened. Chapter 1660. At the same time, everyone's eyes converged in the direction of the entrance of the hall. Thus, everyone present was able to clearly see it. Outside the door, a young girl pushed open the door and walked in slowly with her head lowered. It was a young girl wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. The girl had long flaxen hair that reached her waist. She wore a beret on her head. Her figure was slender but not tall. She was well-proportioned but not voluptuous. If you only look at her figure, she was the type that wasn't hard to find. There was nothing special about her. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria flinched at the same time when they saw the girl in front of them. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. It was because the girl in front of them, whether it was her figure, appearance, or dress, they were all too similar to someone. Charlotte. That's right. The girl in front of them looked like she was carved from the same mold as Charlotte. If there was a difference, Charlotte's hair was a dazzling golden color while the girl in front of them had a rustic flaxen color. Charlotte's face was as beautiful as a fairy's. The girl in front of them wasn't weak either, but the weakness in her eyes and the depression on her face made her weaker than Charlotte. But without a doubt, the girl in front of them was very similar to Charlotte. If the girl in front of them was Charlotte's twin sister by the same mother, then no one would doubt it. No. It should be said that the girl in front of them is Charlotte's twin sister. Biological sister. Let me give you a proper introduction. As if someone was about to make a grand entrance, the young man introduced with a formal smile. Angelique? Birao. I heard that she's the younger sister of Tyrantrex. Wu Yan had his suspicions, but when he heard the boy's straightforward introduction, he reacted. He looked at the girl named Aliette Kagura. He looked at Birao. So you're Charlotte's sister? Angelique stopped in her tracks. Not only that. She took 2 steps back and stood there timidly. Her timid gaze carefully shifted to Wu Yan. From this point alone, Angelique didn't resemble Charlotte at all. After all, no matter what, Charlotte was always full of confidence. Sometimes, she would even show her strong and violent side. It was impossible for her to show such a weak side. But no matter how weak she appeared, it was undeniable that this girl had the same aura. Wu Yan felt the same aura as Charlotte. It was the same aura as Charlotte, who came from a prestigious family and went through many hardships. At this point, Wu Yan can be considered to have confirmed the other party's identity. Because of this, his face darkened. No matter what, he was aware of the existence of the original storyline in this world. Looking at Charlotte's younger sister appearing here at the academy, and instead of meeting her own sister, she came here to meet him under the arrangement of the head of the night party. How could Wu Yan not guess what's going on? Wu Yan used a slightly cold and smiley emoji, and turned around to look at the smiling young man. What do you mean by this? Due to certain reasons, Angelique is now mine. The young man chuckled and spread his hands. Originally, I wanted her to meet her sister. But after thinking about it, I think it's better for you to meet Angelique first. Wu Yan lowered his head. When he raised his head again, all the emotions on his face had disappeared. In other words, you plan to use Angelique as a hostage to get Charlotte to do things for you. But you changed your mind at the last minute, and replaced me with the one who did things for you, right? Angelique raised her head in surprise. She didn't seem to know about this. Smart. The young man clapped his hands. I do have a very important matter that I need a capable person to help me with. I originally wanted Tyrantrex to do it, but compared to Tyrantrex, you are more capable, aren't you? I don't know. The smile on the young man's face slowly turned vicious. Our scarlet eyes. Can you help me a little? The air around them froze. Wu Yan stood there. Nothing happened to him. His expression didn't change either. He just stared at the young man. The atmosphere around him turned tense. Under such circumstances, Ikaros and Astria tensed up. They were ready to fight the moment they hear Wu Yan's order. Makoto also moved his body slightly. A cold expression appeared on his face. Angelique's body trembled. Her face was filled with fear. Only the young man didn't back down. He stared at Wu Yan with the same smile on his face. I have to say, you have guts. Wu Yan said expressionlessly. Are you that confident that I will be threatened by you? I believe that there's no one in the entire academy who doesn't know about how good the relationship between Scarlet Eyes and Tyrantrex is. The young man did not correct the word threat, as he chuckled and said. It's said that Tyrantrex only has one friend, Scarlet Eyes. It's said that Scarlet Eyes only has dealings with Tyrantrex in the academy. It is said that Scarlet Eyes and Tyrantrex are good friends who are so close that they share 3 meals together. It's said that for the sake of Scarlet Eyes, Tyrantrex went to the students who hated her one by one to get the information he needed. The young man got happier as he spoke. He looked forward. I don't know if these are enough reasons for me to threaten you with confidence. As the young man spoke, the atmosphere became more and more tense. This time, Angelique wasn't afraid. She stared at Wu Yan intently. Her gaze wavered. No one knew what she was thinking. Ikaros and Astria took a step forward and clenched their fists. It seems like you're confident in suppressing me. Wu Yan said calmly. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here and take Angelique away? I'm not the only one in the Granville family. The young man replied calmly. You can kill me, but can you protect Angelique for the rest of her life? Can you protect her from anyone who wants to take her life? That's what you're counting on. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Let's hear what you want me to do. It's simple. The young man grinned. Kill the dean. Wah. Angelique sucked in a cold breath. She didn't know about the young man's plan. Wu Yan shot a sharp glance at the boy. There's an awe-inspiring aura in his eyes. The entire place fell silent. Phew. After a while, Wu Yan exhaled deeply and turned around. If that's the case, I'll play this game with you. With that, Wu Yan walked out the door without any hesitation. Ikaros and Astria quickly followed. Angelique looked at the young man with fear. After a moment of melancholy, she followed as well. Only the young man and the young man were left. They looked at the door until the commotion disappeared. Young master. The young man couldn't help but speak. Is this really okay? Why do you say that? The young man replied without turning his head around. Compared to Tyrantrex, he's more suitable, isn't he? Young master. But young master, he's too dangerous. The young man gritted his teeth. He's not someone that young master can control at all. Don't you get it, Jen? The young man looked like he was on drugs. His eyes were filled with crazed desire. This is what makes it interesting. Chapter 1661. Clang, 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 clang. When Wu Yan brought Ikaros and Astria out of the central lecture hall, the bell from the clock tower started ringing. When the bell rang, it means the first battle of the night gathering has been going on for an hour. In other words, if the outcome of the first battle of the night gathering was still not decided by the time the bell rang, that is, if the battle between Flay and Leijun was still not decided, then Leijun, who was ranked 100th, would have completed his duty of waiting and could apply to leave the stage. With Leijun's cautious personality, if he can't defeat Flay within an hour, he will probably leave the stage and come up with a plan to deal with Flay tomorrow night. However, tomorrow night, the 98th ranked person would also enter the arena, causing the battlefield to become chaotic, leading to the unpredictable development of the battle situation. Thus, it was very possible for Leijun to continue fighting. He might even be able to kill Flay tonight. No matter what, the first battle of the night gathering had reached this stage, and it was about time for things to calm down a little, at least for those who were looking forward to the night party. The passion of the audience that was so lively on the first night should have faded by quite a bit. For the next period of time, Kirin, it won't be as rowdy as tonight. After all, The night gathering would last for 100 nights, which was more than 3 months. After such a long time, even if the gauntlet's heartstrings were tensed, it was impossible for the audience to maintain their enthusiasm for such a long time. It was only natural that they would calm down a little. But what Wu Yan should be focusing on right now isn't the night meeting. Master. While walking towards the male dormitory, he said, Master. Astria said softly, Are you really going to assassinate that headmaster? Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. I'll play with that guy whose head is so rotten that it makes people want to vomit. Play? Astria tilted her head to the side. A question mark appeared in front of her head. What do you mean by that? Well, Wu Yan rubbed Astria's head and smiled. There's no need to worry about these boring things. Anyway, for us it's nothing. After all, this is just a small interlude. Astria nodded as if she didn't fully understand what was going on. She didn't continue asking. No matter what, just follow Wu Yan's instructions. That was Astria's course of action. Master. On the other side, Ikaros suddenly said and turned around. She glanced behind her. There. Following Ikaros's gaze, Wu Yan turned around and looked behind him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Not far behind the three of them, a head wearing a beret peeked out from a corner. When he noticed Wu Yan and the others looking at him, he jumped in fright and ran away without hesitation. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he waved his hand. Ikaros and Astria spread their wings and took to the sky to chase after the fleeing figure. Following a scream, Ikaros and Astria grabbed the man's collar and flew back. They landed in front of Wu Yan. Bang! He didn't know if it was because his legs gave out or because Ikaros and Astria suddenly let go of him. The man fell to the ground with a dull thud. He was in so much pain that tears almost fell from his eyes. I didn't think you'd follow me. Looking down at the person sitting on the ground rubbing her butt, Wu Yan crossed his arms. Angelette, didn't that annoying guy put you under house arrest? Aya, men. Angelette exclaimed. She looked up and saw Wu Yan standing in front of her. Then, as if she saw a ghost, she shuffled her butt and retreated far away. Hey. Seeing how Mariette is trying to avoid him like the plague, Wu Yan had a rough idea of what's going on, but he still felt hurt. I'm here to save you. Don't you think it's unreasonable for you to act like this? Angeliette's shoulders trembled as she pulled down her beret to cover her face. I'm sorry. Forget it. Wu Yan sighed helplessly as he looked at Mariette, who seemed to be bullied. I just want to ask, since you've followed me, why are you still running away? Ugh. Angelique grabbed her hat as she retreated backwards. She timidly glanced at Wu Yan, and immediately cried out as though she had given up on herself. Simply unreasonable. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria froze on the spot. It took them a while to recover from their shock. Ha! I have nothing to do with you. Angeliette cried out with tears in her eyes. Why did you save her? Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria looked at each other. Wu Yan scratched his face as he looked at Angeliette with uncertainty. You purposely followed me, and after you were discovered, you ran away like a rabbit. In the end, it was just to ask me this? What's with that expression? Angeliette shouted angrily at Wu Yan's speechless expression. Am I wrong? I'm not saying you're wrong. Wu Yan glanced at Angeliette. I'm just a little dumbfounded. Huh? It was Angeliette's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? Looks like you still don't understand. Wu Yan looked straight at Angeliette. His soft yet powerful voice echoed in the air. You only need a reason to kill someone. What reason do you need to save someone? She couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Looking at his nonchalant and perfunctory expression, she couldn't help but feel indignant again. That's a nice way to put it. You saved me for Oniai-sama. Charlotte, huh? Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Maybe that's part of the reason. So it's for Oniai-sama? Angeliette's grip on her hat tightened. Her expression turned gloomy. As expected of Oniai-sama, she shines wherever she goes. Even with House Birau's decline, there are still people willing to do that kind of thing for Oniai-sama. And Juliet's words were filled with admiration, jealousy, and inferiority. Wu Yan took a deep look at her. Do you hate Charlotte that much? Of course not. And Juliet said without hesitation. She lowered her head immediately. From the looks of it, and Juliet didn't hate her sister. Instead, she seemed to have some negative emotions towards her sister. For example, jealousy. For example, inferiority. For example, envy. If you think about it, it's understandable. And Juliet's talent was extraordinary. But compared to Charlotte, she was still lacking. And Juliet's personality was weak. Charlotte, on the other hand, was very competitive. She was destined to attract attention wherever she went. And judging from the fact that there wasn't a single ripple of mana coming from her body, she was either not a puppet user or a magician. Either that, or she was so weak that others wouldn't be able to sense her unless she used her mana. However, at such a young age, not only was she able to become one of the 13 people, when she was only in her second year, she even obtained an automaton like Sigmund, who was so outstanding that no one could help but be envious of her. Come to think of it, and Juliet must have felt both proud and inferior towards her sister, right? In short, Wu Yan slowed down his tone. Since everything is fine now, let's go see Charlotte. She should be happy. I don't want to. And Juliet clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Please don't mind me. Just treat it as if nothing happened. After that, and Juliet turned around again, and ran away as if she was running away. Wu Yan rubbed his aching forehead. He waved his hand again. Ikaros and Astrea leaped into the air, and chased after Juliet. In the next moment, Mariette's shriek resounded through the air. Chapter 1662. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy. Tortoise House. In the room, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon listened to Wu Yan's account of what happened during his trip to the night meeting hall. They fell silent. Assassinate the dean? However, the dean was not a person who had committed a heinous crime, nor did he have any grudges with them. Just because someone threatened him with his friend's sister's life, did he have to take the life of this innocent person who had committed no heinous crime and had no grudges with him? For Ikaros and Astrea, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't that Ikaros and Astrea had a heart of stone. It was just that they didn't feel lost at all. Even if they had to be despised by everyone, as long as it was something Wu Yan wanted them to do, they would do it without hesitation. That was all. However, it was a different story for Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon. Natsuki was an attack demon commander. Although she wasn't all that kind-hearted, she was still an existence that punished evil. She wouldn't feel guilty about this kind of shady business, but she wouldn't approve of it either. Even someone as arrogant as Natsuki, who didn't care about anything, was like this, let alone Nagisa and Kanon. Nagisa and Kanon were the ones who were truly kind to the point of blinding. After all, with Nagisa and Kanon's personalities, they would love stray cats even if they met one. Bring it home and adopt it? Are we really going to assassinate the dean? Nagisa didn't try to hide her displeasure at all. Her cute face was gloomy. But Nagisa doesn't think it's a good idea. Oniai-chan. Kanon looked at Wu Yan pleadingly. She was in a difficult position. If we do that, we won't be able to stay in the academy anymore, right? For the time being, I don't think we have to continue hiding here. Wu Yan knew Nagisa and Kanon didn't like this idea, so he smiled bitterly. After all, we still have a mission to complete. It won't be long before we finish replicating Eve's heart. Before that happens, if we hide in the academy, we shouldn't be discovered. In other words, Natsuki frowned. Are you really going to assassinate the dean? Are you going to? Wu Yan mused for a bit before continuing. Actually, I don't think we can kill the dean. You don't think we can kill the dean? Many young girls were at a loss. Edward, Rutherford. Wu Yan looked at the girls. The dean? He's not a simple character. I heard it from Miss Charlotte. Misha raised her hand. She said, the dean is known as the strongest magician of the 19th century. The strongest magician of the 19th world. Natsuki turned to look at Nagisa. It seemed that it was rare for him to be a little interested. That is to say, Edward, Rutherford is the strongest existence? I don't know about it now, Nagisa said after recalling what Charlotte had told her. However, Charlot said that at least in the last century, the Dean was publicly acknowledged as the strongest existence. Even the demon kings of the past were no match for him. Is that old man really that strong? Astria was surprised, but she nodded as if she understood the situation. Indeed, the last time I saw that old grandpa at that award ceremony, I kept feeling that there was an unusual aura on him. It's the ceremony for the gauntlet. Natsuki waved the lace fan in her hand as a look of dissatisfaction appeared in her gem-like eyes. At that time, I also felt that the Dean wasn't a simple character, but I didn't think much of it. What a failure. I can't blame you for that. Wu Yan shook his head. Our levels and strengths have been restricted. Our strength has definitely surpassed the academy head. Therefore, even though our levels and strengths have been sealed, we would still subconsciously ignore those who are weaker than us. This is understandable. That's right, Luo Ruoshin said. Then, Canon's beautiful eyes were filled with unease. Can we defeat the Dean if our level and strength are restricted? When? Wu Yan subconsciously looked at Ikaros and Astria. Without a doubt, Ikaros and Astria are the strongest trump cards in the group. On the surface, Natsuki hid her personal guardian, and only used her space manipulation magic in front of outsiders. Nagisa and Agrora hid their familiars and only used their byproduct freezing ability. Canon also hid her purification ability, and only used her healing ability. Each of the girls had their own trump cards hidden. However, compared to Ikaros and Astria, their trump cards were lacking. Ikaros hid almost all of her strength and only used Aegis. She was only responsible for defense. On the other hand, Astria didn't hide her strength. She was the opposite of Ikaros. She hid her Aegis-type shield, which is superior to Aegis. Of course, this doesn't mean Ikaros and Astria are the strongest trump cards in the group. What makes Ikaros and Astria the strongest trump card in the group is their strongest ability, Pandora Mode. As long as they activate Pandora System, Pandora Evolution and enter Pandora Mode, Ikaros and Astria will be the strongest in the group. With Pandora Mode as their trump card, Wu Yan and Co might have what it takes to challenge the strongest magician of the 19th century. That's for sure. Even if it doesn't work out, Wu Yan still has 7 rank cards as his trump cards. Once he uses Dreamy Summoning and turns himself into a heroic spirit, Wu Yan will be able to unleash unparalleled power in this world. No matter how strong the Dean is, he can at least gang up on them. Thinking about it, Wu Yan shook his head and tossed away the thoughts of wanting to give it a try. Anyway, I don't think the Dean will be taken care of so easily. It's impossible that the head of the night party doesn't know about it, but he still asked us to kill the Dean. I see. Natsuki understood. Killing the Dean is just a bait. Does that person have another goal? Then, Nagisa and Canon's eyes lit up. We don't have to kill the Dean anymore? No, we still have to kill him. It doesn't matter if we can kill him or not. We have to at least make it look like we're doing it. Wu Yan poured a bucket of cold water on Nagisa and Canon. He rubbed Nagisa and Canon's heads and he continued in a gentle tone. All right. You don't have to do it, I'll do it. Master. Ikaros and Astria stood behind Wu Yan to show their support. Nagisa and Canon opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but in the end, they looked at each other and lowered their heads in grievance. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan and her frown loosened. She nodded. You're right, at least we have to do it on the surface. If we can't kill him, the mastermind will have nothing to say. If we can, the Dean can only blame himself for being too weak. Wu Yan shrugged and didn't say anything else. Together with the girls, they looked at the bed in the room. Ugh. On the bed, Angeliet's hands and feet were tied with strips of cloth. Her mouth was also tied with strips of cloth. She struggled there. Henriette. Coming to the bedside, he looked at Henriette who was struggling on the bed. Wu Yan smiled as if he was bidding her farewell. The restraints on your body aren't that tight. You can break them with a little struggle. Once you're free, go see your sister. She has been longing to see you for a long time. Ugh. She struggled with all her might and kept shaking her head. Her meaning is clear. She wants Wu Yan to leave her alone. It wasn't easy for you to be reunited with your family. Don't be so stubborn. Wu Yan sighed. Cherish the time you have with your family. It wasn't easy for you guys either. Don't let your thoughts get the better of you, okay? After that, Wu Yan turned around and walked towards the door. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astria followed him without hesitation. Nagisa and Kanon hesitated for a moment, but they followed with determination. Henriette was the only one left struggling on the bed. Chapter 1663. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Behind the Central Grand Lecture Hall, on the lawn between the medical department and the Faculty of Law, which was also the venue of the night meeting, Charlot was swinging her dazzling blonde hair as she kicked the flagstone angrily. He actually ran away from the start and didn't come back until the end. That guy, what does he think the night gathering is? Calm down, Charles. No matter what, Wu Yan is ranked 4th. Who knows how long it will take for him to go on stage? There's no need for him to stay here on the first night, right? Sigmund, who was perched on Charlotte's shoulder, spoke in a calm voice. Although it's a pity that you can't be with him. No. No. The anger on Charlotte's pretty face immediately turned into panic. And no, I don't have any regrets. Is that so? Sigmund shook his head. If that's the case, why are you still so angry? I just. Charlotte was at a loss for words. After mumbling for a long time, she tapped her palm. Yes, I'm just dissatisfied with his attitude. Since we're going to participate in the night gathering, we have to focus and observe every battle to collect information, right? Sigh. Sigmund sighed dumbfounded. But if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. Wu Yan said he wouldn't participate in the night gathering, right? But, Charlotte stammered. In the end, he still has to go on stage, right? Then he has to do his homework, right? You're still as dishonest as ever. You're so annoying. Be careful, or I'll change your chicken for fish feed tomorrow. Charlotte snorted and turned her head away. Aw, it's fine if Master is like this. He even left after watching half of the automaton. How infuriating. Calm down, Charles. Although I know that you're used to Wu Yan's presence, you're feeling a little lonely now. I told you to shut up. At the side, a mocking voice rang out. If others were to find out that Tyrantrex of the 13 had once lost his temper in the audience, I'd be surprised if they found out that Tyrantrex of the 13 had once lost his temper in the audience. From tomorrow onwards, no one will dare to come up to the night gathering, right? Upon hearing this voice, Charlotte's mood worsened. With Yaya, who was wearing a short black kimono, Raisin stood beside Charlotte casually. He had a condescending smile on his face. Look, the dean is going to come for a second inspection of the night gathering, but all of you are scared. But those students were all scared away by you. The dean will cry if he sees that. Are you an idiot? Charlotte glared at Lejeune with a murderous look. Do you think you're tired of living? Second to last, color condominium last. Hey, don't say that. Lejeune said shamelessly. I'm here because I saw a girl. That's why I'm here. Hey, Yaya, who was standing next to Lejeune, glared at him. Immediately, she grabbed Lejeune's neck and shook him violently. Raisin, didn't you say you're here to get information about the sound suppression technique? What do you mean by comforting a girl? You idiot. Lejeune's eyes rolled back as he was pinched. At the same time, he shouted in exasperation. Can't you tell that this is the opening statement of a roundabout policy? Ah, so that's how it is. You're here for information. Charlotte crossed her arms and looked at Lejeune coldly. Not only are you a thick-skinned idiot who plays with automaton, but you're also a scumbag who does not hesitate to use the feelings of a young girl to achieve your goal. Why are you still alive here? Why don't you die? Why are you still standing in front of me? Raisin opened his mouth. His eyes were filled with remorse. Of course, he didn't open his mouth to speak. It was a subconscious action of being choked to the point of suffocation. The regret in his eyes wasn't because his scheme had been seen through, but because he regretted saying such perverted words in front of the idiotic automaton. If you want to obtain information, Wouldn't it be faster to find the person himself? Sigmund, who was lying on Charlotte's shoulder, lifted his dragon head and said, "Look, they're walking over." Hearing those words, everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance of the spectator seating area. There, Flay rode on Ruby's back. With Ruby's back, they arrived before Charlotte and the others. That. Flay looked around and asked in a weak voice. "Wu Yan. Is he not here?" "That idiot." Charlotte curled her lips. "He left right from the start." He left? Flay was startled. Then she lowered her head in disappointment. "Your strength has increased quite a bit." Charlotte shifted her line of sight to Flay. "You were extremely weak in the past." "Weak? Extremely weak." Flay received a huge blow. She began to mutter the words extremely weak. "Your automaton is truly outstanding." With great difficulty, Raisin managed to break free from Yaya's choking technique before entering the three-way river. He held his neck and coughed a few times. Then he looked at the 5 dog-shaped automatons beside Flay. If it was only one, it would be easy to deal with. Never did I expect that it would be so difficult to deal with so many of them working together. I was nearly killed by them. That was all thanks to everyone's efforts. Flay said shyly. I was only in charge of providing magic power and giving orders. That's still a huge improvement compared to before. Charlotte patted Flay's back forcefully. Flay, you have to keep up the good work. Tomorrow night, you have to use the cannonball formed by the sound pressure manipulation to crush the second to last. Actually, you don't have to be so violent. Raisin put on a fake smile. Besides, I didn't offend you, did I? If you had offended me, you would have been blasted into pieces by me. Charlotte turned her head away in disdain. No matter what, tonight's first battle ended in a draw with this pervert withdrawing. I will come back to watch tomorrow's battle. That's all. After saying those words, Charlotte put on her black gown. Are you leaving? Flay asked in confusion. Later, the academy head will come for a second inspection. Are you not going to continue watching? It's only an inspection. What's there to watch? Charlotte did not think much of it. She cast a glance at Raisin. Her gaze turned ferocious. I'm warning you. Flay is very innocent. If you want to use your flowery words to deceive information from her, there is no need for me to do anything. Sword Emperor Loki will definitely dismember you. Yes. Raisin agreed helplessly. While they were talking, a commotion below the arena entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked toward the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of guards below the stage. A middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy body, dark skin, beard, and gorgeous clothes walked in from outside the stage. It's the academy head. Ye spoke in surprise. Could it be that the second inspection has begun? Tisk. Charlotte was speechless. He truly came at the wrong time. Elder sister. Suddenly, a shout reverberated from the other side of the spectator's stand. Hearing this voice, Charlotte's body trembled violently. She quickly turned her head around and looked over. Then, she covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. Anli, dressed in uniform and wearing a beret, and Juliet panted heavily as she ran toward Charlotte from the other side of the auditorium. Anli. Sigmund raised his head with great effort. His eyes were wide open. What's wrong? Raisin asked in confusion. Is it someone you know? Anli. Charlotte muttered a few times as if she was sleep-talking. Her delicate body was trembling in excitement. It's Anli. It's really Anli. Unfortunately, Anli did not give Charlotte the opportunity to express her feelings for their reunion. She screamed, Lady Big Sister. Please stop Mr. Wu Yan. Wu Yan. Charlotte, Sigmund, Flay, Raisin, Ye, and the others were all stunned. In the next moment, a crystal-like radiance covered everyone's field of vision. Chapter 1664. 5 minutes ago, about 30 minutes had passed since the end of the night gathering. However, at the night meeting battlefield, the crowd was still as lively as it had been at the beginning. Perhaps in the coming days, the enthusiasm of the students who had nothing to do with the night party would gradually decrease, and it would not be as noisy as it was today. But that was after today. At the very least, the students' enthusiasm was still more or less maintained at the opening of the night assembly that was held once every 4 years. Even though the first battle ended in a draw, or rather, it could be said that both players had won, the night party was still not over yet. Every year, the night party would be held at 6 o'clock sharp. It would start at midnight and end the next day at 12 o'clock sharp. Before the clock struck 12 o'clock in the morning, even if the battle had ended, the night party would not be considered as over. Therefore, even though there were no more battles on the battlefield of the night assembly, there were still all kinds of stalls around the auditorium. The salespeople were also holding the goods in their hands as they walked around and shouted. The students didn't leave the auditorium either. They were all immersed in it, as if they were celebrating a festival. It was very lively. After a while, the principal would also come to the battleground for a second inspection. He would check all the facilities, equipment, and measures that supported the night gathering to see if there were any mistakes so that the night gathering could continue to be held successfully. Under such circumstances, the students also had the idea of watching the show, so they decided to stay here. In any case, there was a good show to watch and delicious food to sell, so why not? Such a bustling scene also caused the entire night gathering battlefield to reverberate with endless noise. No one noticed that at a certain moment, a few figures had appeared silently in the air above the battlefield of the night gathering. It floated in the air. Wow! Nagisa held Cannon's hand tightly. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he stepped on the air with curiosity. Clang! 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 It sounded like someone was knocking on glass. Similar to standing on the ground, the foundation gate on Itagami Island seems to have something similar. The floor was made of transparent glass. He stood on top of it. It was the same as floating in the air. Was this the same principle? Nishichan. Cannon gently tugged at Nagisa's hand when she saw the curious expression on Nagisa's face. This is different. Right now you're just standing in the space. Natsuki's emotionless voice sounded. I've created a solid foothold in this space. You can think of it as a flat space in the middle of a square space, and you can just stand on it. This looks fun. Astria flapped her wings and tapped on the air beside Cannon and Nagisa. When she felt her feet touch the ground, she removed her wings and stood on it. Wow! He was really standing in the air. Ikaro-senpai, come here quickly. Ikaros nodded silently and flew over to Astria's side. Instantly, the girls lined up in a row and stood in the void. Wu Yan stood in front of the group of girls as he looked down at them from a high vantage point. After a while, when the dean appears, Wu Yan will attack him. When that happens, the crime of attacking the dean will fall on Wu Yan's head. In the autonomous Valpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, such a crime was punishable by capital punishment. In other words, the moment he attacks, the entire academy will become Wu Yan's enemy. Naturally, it would no longer be possible for them to continue to attend classes in the academy, return to their dorms in the ordinary way, eat in the student cafeteria in the ordinary way, and sleep in the ordinary way. It was a serious matter, but Wu Yan didn't think of other ways to solve it. That's because Wu Yan didn't think it was that bad. The replication of Eve's heart is nearing completion. Their goal of coming to this world is more or less complete. When that time comes, there's no need for them to stay in the academy. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't want to think of other ways to save Aliette just to stay in the academy. Rather, before he completes his mission, he might as well play with that so-called night meeting executive department head for a bit. That's not a bad idea. At least, that's how it is for now. Oniai-chan. Nagisa and Cannon looked at Wu Yan anxiously. Master. Ikaros and Astria couldn't help but call out to him softly. Actually, with our means, it's easy to come up with other solutions. Natsuki said helplessly. Why do you want to play so big? That's why I said from the start, since he wants to play, I'll play with him. Wu Yan looked down as he replied. It's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to see what the strongest magician of the 19th century is capable of. If he can't even survive our attacks, then so be it. You don't look like someone who would say something like that. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan thoughtfully. Could it be that you know something else? I'm just thinking that the other party might be thinking the same thing as us, thinking that we can't kill the dean. Wu Yan chuckled. It's an enigmatic laugh. If we really do kill the dean, what do you think he'll do if he has anything to do with that annoying bastard? You. Natsuki shifted her gaze away in dissatisfaction. Since when did you become so evil? Let's do the same. Wu Yan shrugged. Wu Yan shrugged. The only way to deal with evil people is to use the same evil method. After that, Wu Yan waved his hand to stop Natsuki and the girls who were about to say something. Alright, it seems like the main character is here. Upon hearing that, the group of girls lowered their heads and looked down. Then, the scene of the dean being escorted by a group of guards and entering the battlefield during the night fell into the eyes of the group of girls. Natsuki let out a sigh. I didn't think I'd become a criminal one day. It's not a bad idea to change things up once in a while. Wu Yan chuckled and turned to Ikaros. Ikaros, I'll be the one to attack. I'll leave this to you. Yes, master. An illusory square frame appeared in Ikaros's eyes. Her eyes quickly turned crimson red, changing her pure and holy temperament. She was cold and beautiful at the same time. At the same time, Wu Yan raised his hand. A crimson spatial ripple spread out from his hand. Not long after, a beautiful bow that was completely black but transparent like crystal slowly emerged from the crimson space ripples. Big sister. Angelique ignored the fact that she was gasping for breath and ran toward Charlotte while shouting, "Please stop, Mr. Wu Yan." Wu Yan? Charlotte, who was excited to see her little sister she hadn't seen for many years, was stunned. It wasn't only Charlotte. Flay, Raisin, Yaya and the others were also stunned. Stop Wu Yan? Stop him for what? Bzzz. Just as this question appeared in their minds, everyone present, including Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, Yaya, Sigmund and the others, suddenly saw a crystal-like radiance flash before their eyes. In the light, pale blue translucent barriers made of crystals rose like walls around the battlefield of the Night Assembly, forming a wall that surrounded the entire battlefield of the Night Assembly. Inside the walls formed by the light blue translucent barriers, the students present were all covered by a spherical barrier. This included Charlot, Flay, and Juliette, who had just run into the arena, Raisin, and Ye. This is... Charlotte, who was incomparably familiar with this barrier, cried out in alarm. Isn't this the magic barrier formed by Ikaros's ripple barrier? What's wrong? Flay spoke in a somewhat fearful manner. What happened? Raisin raised his head and looked to the sky. His pupils shrunk. Above. Everyone present who heard the voice raised their heads and looked to the sky. Soon after, everyone saw what was happening. In the sky, a figure pulled open a beautiful bow. On the bow, an arrow that looked like a shooting star gradually condensed into form. Chapter 1665. 1. In the air, the space seemed to be trembling. Specks of starlight appeared out of thin air from all directions, and turned into streams of light that converged towards the same direction. And the place where they gathered was an extremely dazzling arrow that was knocked on a gorgeous bow. On the ground, the students, professors, and guards of Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy all looked up at the scene that looked like a meteor shower converging in one direction. They were slightly dazed at first, and then each and every one of them was at a loss. What is that? Lejeun's voice trembled as he realized how strange the situation was. What the hell is going on? Charlotte couldn't care less about her sister, who she hadn't seen for years. Her eyes were filled with emotions as she stared at the figure holding the bow and condensing the meteor-like arrow. Charlotte couldn't be more familiar with that figure. Even under the cover of the night, she could still recognize it. Not to mention, behind that figure, there was a line of young girls of different sizes who were equally beautiful, just like a symbol of the world. In the entire Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, there was only one person who brought along 5 girls of different sizes who were all equally beautiful. Wu Yan. Charlotte's voice was hoarse. Is it him? What is he trying to do? Sigmund's calm voice carried a hint of uneasiness. I have a bad feeling about this. Sigmund wasn't the only one who had a bad feeling about this. But no matter how bad the feeling was, no one dared to do anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but there was an aegis. absolute defense circle, around them, trapping them inside. What the hell is this? Damn it. I can't open it. Let us out. Let us out. Perhaps the uneasiness in everyone's heart had turned into an atmosphere that spread to everyone present. Not long after, many people began to hit the aegis that trapped them in panic and began to yell, causing a commotion. Only Charlotte and Lejeune were staring at the figure in the sky with his bow and arrow knocked. Then they suddenly remembered. Holding the bow. Why is he holding the bow? Who was he aiming at with this bow and arrow? With this thought in mind, the ominous feeling in their hearts grew even stronger. They forcefully turned their heads and looked in the direction of the arrow that was gradually forming in the sky. In the next moment, Charlotte and Lejeune's expressions changed drastically. Because in the direction the arrow was pointing at, in the middle of the battlefield of the night gathering, stood a figure who did not fit in with the surroundings at first glance. Why is he so out of tune with the surroundings? The reason was simple. The aegis, absolute defense circle, defensive barrier formed a wall around the battlefield of the night assembly, encircling the entire battlefield. Inside the walls formed by the aegis, the students, professors, and guards were also surrounded by a spherical aegis, trapping them firmly inside. However, in the direction the arrow was pointing at, there was no aegis around the figure standing in the center of the battlefield of the night assembly. Out of everyone present, he was the only one who was safe and sound. No, that should be the case. He was the only one not protected by the aegis. That person was none other than the Academy Dean. Could it be? Charlotte's voice finally started to tremble. Yen, is he planning to attack the Academy Dean? How? How could that be? Flay Lejeune and Ye said those words at practically the same time. However, all of them had forced smiles on their faces. Big sister. Big sister. Not far away, Mariette, who was also trapped in the aegis, shouted at the top of her lungs. Quickly stop Mr. Wu Yen. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. Wu Yen was indeed planning to attack the Academy Dean. It was because Angeliette knew this that she said the words that made Charlotte stop Wu Yen from speaking. Understanding this point, Charlotte's pretty face turned ghastly pale in an instant. With some shock, she let out a sorrowful cry. Stop it. However, it was already too late. In the sky, the starlight that converged on the arrow flickered and disappeared into thin air. Aiming the fully formed meteor shower arrow at the only figure not enveloped by the aegis, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glinted with a deadly cold glint. Soon after, he released his hand without hesitation. Swish! Like a stream of light streaking across the sky, the arrow formed by starlight bloomed in mid-air, rubbing against the atmosphere. Amidst the sound of breaking through the air, it brought along a sky full of starlight and fell down like a comet falling to the earth. Everyone present only saw a bright flowing light flash past their eyes, as if it had cut the space in front of them into two halves. In just a moment, in the blink of an eye, it descended from the sky and landed on the headmaster, who was completely defenseless. Then, everyone's eyes were once again filled with dazzling flashes of light. Boom! As a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, everyone's mind went blank for a short while due to the shock of this loud sound. A strong gust of wind blew out like an explosion, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. The spectator seats were also smashed into pieces. Debris flew out from the impact like a gust of wind, shooting in all directions like bullets. Ah! The students, professors, and guards who were in the protective barrier of the aegis were unharmed. However, their bodies were blown away by the strong gales along with the aegis, smashing into the surrounding ground in a mess. In an instant, the entire night assembly was like an erupting volcano. In an instant, the temperature soared. Although there was almost no substantial damage, screams reverberated in the arena one after another, making the scene seem like hell with wails everywhere. When the strong gales dispersed, the deafening explosions in the air were extinguished. After everything calmed down, all the aegis in the surroundings seemed to have shattered and dissipated. One by one, the people who had fallen to the ground raised their heads and looked around with lingering fear. Then their faces were filled with fear. There was no other reason. It was because the battlefield of the night assembly had completely disappeared. What replaced it was an enormous crater that seemed like a meteorite had crashed into the ground. Smoke, dust, and sparks filled the entire place. Everyone present was lying in every corner of the crater. Their panic cries caused the entire place to be in chaos. Charlot, Flay, Lejeune, Ye, Sigmund, and the others who stood up from the ground were tightly clenching their fists. Their faces were covered with sweat. They had already discovered who the target of this attack was, and they had all discovered it. The headmaster had disappeared. Wuyan. Flay muttered with a trembling expression. Killed? The headmaster? That guy? Lejeune's complexion turned ashen. What exactly is he thinking? Charlot bit her lips and slowly raised her head. She looked at the figure holding the gorgeous black bow floating in front of the 5 young girls. She couldn't help but shout. Why? Perhaps because he heard Charlot's voice, Wuyan lowered his eyes and took a glance at Charlot, who was on the ground. However, it was as if he had seen a stranger. In less than a second, he retrieved his gaze. Natsuki. Natsuki replied and raised her hand. She gently pointed the lace fan in her hand at the empty space before her. With the tip of the fan as the source, spatial ripples began to appear in the air. The spatial ripples completely covered Wuyan and the group of young girls. The group of people immediately became illusory and dreamlike. It was like a mirage. Not long after, they disappeared together with the spatial ripples. On the ground in the enormous crater, everything was in chaos. Chapter 1666. Behind the central lecture hall of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Engineering Academy, the lawn between the medical department and the law department was used as the venue for the night meeting. In just one night, it had turned into a huge crater. The students, professors, and guards who were originally present stood up from the ground in a wretched manner. They looked around the scene as though they had yet to react to the sudden situation. Fear and bewilderment could be seen on their faces. Under such circumstances, the entire place was strangely silent. It was only after a while that the people who were the first to react to the situation gradually caused a commotion, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Standing at the edge of the giant pit, Charlot brought along Sigmund, Flay brought along the 5 automaton from the Garm series, and Lejeune brought along Yaya. The group of people looked at the chaotic scene in front of them, and were rendered speechless for a long time. At this moment, there was only one question in everyone's heart. Why? Why would Wuyan attack the dean? Why would things suddenly turn out like this? Only. Charlot suddenly spoke. She walked up to Onli, who had her head lowered. Her expression could not be seen clearly at all. With trembling hands, she grabbed Onli's slender shoulders. Did you just ask me to stop him? Do you know why he would do such a thing? Am I right? Sister. My lady. Onli raised her head and looked at her beautiful, strong, and powerful sister, who was better than her in every aspect. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with helplessness. Her heart was twisted in pain as though it was being cut by a knife. Tell me, Onli. Charlot's voice was almost muffled. The words that came out of her mouth were blurry and hoarse. What do you know? Calm down, Seal. Sigmund spoke in a deep voice. If you continue like this, even if Onli knows something, she will still be frightened by you. They will also be scared speechless by you. But. Charlot looked at the huge crater in front of her. She smiled miserably as she looked at the chaotic scene inside. That guy killed the head of the academy. Sigmund became silent. Even Flay, Lejeune, Yaya, and the others became silent. The Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy was the best academy in the world of magic. It was an important organization that sent outstanding puppet users to various countries all over the world, cultivated powerful puppet users, and strengthened the national strength of each country. Because of this, the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy had autonomy. Everything within the walls of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy was like a small country, managed by the higher-ups. And standing at the top of this small country, the Dean Edward Rutherford. Killing the Dean was the same crime as killing the leader of a country. Therefore, once Wuyan was convicted of assassinating the Dean, he would be sentenced to death by the Academy. Not only that, but they would also be sending outstanding puppet operators to various countries all over the world. the leader of an important organization that nurtured powerful puppet users and strengthened the national strength of each country, was killed. The various countries and powers outside the academy could also hunt down Wu Yan and treat him as a criminal. In other words, Wu Yan would most likely become a street rat that no one in this world could tolerate. And just now, almost all the witnesses who saw Wu Yan draw his bow and kill the dean were witnesses. In other words, what awaited Wu Yan would be the academy's guards, the discipline committee, and even the professors and students forming their own teams to hunt him down. Knowing this clearly, Lei Zhan and Yaya, who were more or less related to Wu Yan, had gloomy expressions. Flay even covered her mouth and tears flowed down from her eyes. Charlotte did not show any expression. She only lowered her head and did not say anything. However, Angelique, who was held by Charlotte's shoulder, and Sigmund, who was standing on Charlotte's shoulder, could both feel it. Charlotte's body was trembling. It had to be said that fate really played tricks on people. In the past, Count Bilo's family was a famous family in England. They were nobles who were bestowed with a unicorn emblem and Northern Territory by Her Majesty the Queen. However, due to an extremely noble child who was a guest at Count Bilo's house, he was bitten by one of Charlotte's dog-shaped automaton. Count Bilo's family was punished by the royal family. First, Count Bileo's title was taken away, and his family's territory was taken back. Then the automaton that was once like a family was dismantled, and even their assets were frozen. Due to his assets being frozen, Count Bilo's family was in a difficult situation. Count Bilo was viewed as a common enemy by the English because of this. He could not find a job in England, and could only go to France alone. However, in France, Count Bilo's job did not seem to be going well. Not long after, Count Bilo lost contact and there was no more news of him. When Charlotte was still in school, her mother and younger sister also mysteriously disappeared. In a situation where she had no one to rely on. As a child, Charlotte's tuition fees were soon exhausted and she was kicked out of the boarding school. She truly fell into a situation where she had nothing. Fortunately, Charlotte still had an outstanding talent in puppeteering. She also had Sigmund, who was passed down from generation to generation in Count Bilo's family, who carried the magic that contained the truth of the universe and the magic circuit that carried the magic sword. No matter what the situation outside was, the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy only paid attention to puppeteers with extraordinary strength. It was a complete power doctrine. It did not matter if the other party was the child of a felon or not. As long as they had strength, they would be accepted. Therefore, Charlotte received a scholarship from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy and entered the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy to study. Therefore, from the moment she entered the academy and had a glimmer of hope, Charlotte's dream began. She wanted to find her parents, find her sister, and find the hearts of the automaton that was once her family. She wanted to return to the past and live happily together. It was because of this reason that Charlotte was so obsessed with the night meeting. She wanted to ascend to the throne of the Demon King and regain the reputation of Count Bilo's family. She wanted to obtain enough wealth to revive Count Bilo's family and return everything to its original state. It was because of this that Charlotte alienated all the people in the academy who could become her enemies and walk down the path alone. God was not unkind to Charlotte. In the end, he still gave Charlotte an existence that she could confide in so that she would not be alone in the academy. But now, her missing younger sister had once again appeared in front of Charlotte. However, the only person who had saved Charlotte, comforted her soul, and was the only person she could open her heart to, had almost embarked on a path that would leave her forever. How could Charlotte, who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside, endure this? Unable to bear to see Charlotte like this, Sigmund turned his head away and looked towards the center of the crater. When he saw the scene there, Sigmund's eyes shined and he cried out, "Charles, look over there." Hearing Sigmund's voice, everyone was startled and they all looked over. Soon after, the eyes of the group of people lit up. They saw that in the center of the empty crater, several figures suddenly appeared. They were 6 young girls who were as beautiful as flowers. They were dressed in black and had curtains hanging in front of their faces. Behind the 6 girls there were 2 other people. One of them was a man wearing a silver mask and a luxurious cloak. The other was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a tall and sturdy body. He was as strong as a soldier. The former was Magnus. The latter was the dean who should have died. The dean didn't die? Flay cried out in pleasant surprise. Magnus. Lejun's expression turned serious. So that's the case. Magnus protected the dean? Charlotte's spirit was immediately shaken. The gloominess on her face was swept away. The dean didn't die. In that case, there was still room for redemption. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. Right at this moment, a cold and elegant voice sounded from behind Charlotte's group. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Kimberly's figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The eyes hidden behind the spectacles turned to look at Kimberly. Kimberly lightly snorted and turned around. The few of you come with me. After saying that, Kimberly left without hesitation, without giving anyone a chance to object. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They could only follow her. Chapter 1667. Walpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, Central Great Hall, bringing Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon with him. Wu Yan passed through the lobby of the first floor. They went up the stairs and arrived at the third floor. Walking down a quiet corridor, they arrived at a door under the dim illumination of the lights. Squeak. Almost at the same time, the door opened by itself. A man wearing a deacon's suit, colored glasses on his face, and short silver hair that leaned toward white held the door handle. As he opened the door, he stood inside the door expressionlessly. However, there was a trace of uncontrollable vigilance in his eyes. This sense of vigilance isn't just directed at Wu Yan, it's also directed at the 5 girls standing behind Wu Yan. They're wearing white with red edges and a red pleated skirt. They look like a squad. Only Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria glanced at Shinobu. Wu Yan, Natsuki, and Ikaros didn't even look at Shinobu. Instead, they focused on the other side of the door. It's been hard on you, Scarlet Eyes. The elegant young man stood by the window at the very front. He turned around with a smile that seemed both joyful and excited as he exclaimed in amazement. That arrow just now was just too shocking. Its destructive power was even higher than Tyrantrex's demonic sword. What exactly is that bow? Is it some kind of magic equipment with a magic circuit? What kind of magic circuit could it be? A few of them seemed to be curious. She threw out a question that sounded like an interrogation, but Wu Yan didn't have any intention of answering. He just led the girls inside. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon followed behind Wu Yan while sizing up the annoying grin on the young man's face. They had their own thoughts about it. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon did not come here with Wu Yan last time. Even though they knew someone was trying to use Wu Yan, they did not know what the person looked like. However, the 3 girls had different thoughts when they first saw the young man. They did not share the same thoughts. Nagisa felt the same way. The young man might be handsome with a charming smile, but no matter how you looked at him, it made one's hair stand on end. Kanon felt the same way. She felt the same way about the young man. Apart from his noble temperament, he also had a dark and eerie presence like a poisonous snake. Natsuki squinted her eyes. As he looked at the young man, an interesting smile appeared on his face at some point. While Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon were observing the young man was also looking at the 3 girls. Looking at the young and calm Natsuki, the bright and cute Nagisa, and the pure and holy Kanon, the young man looked like he was admiring a work of art. He kept praising them. It's really beautiful. It doesn't pale in comparison to Magnus' squadron at all. Or rather, in terms of appearance, your automaton is more attractive. I wonder if it can compare to Magnus in terms of performance? Once again, Wu Yan chose to ignore the boy's inexplicable remark. Masayuki, who was standing by the door, was extremely displeased, but she couldn't do anything about it. Last time, when he faced Wu Yan, he only used an automaton to threaten the person Shinobi had sworn to protect. And now, all 5 of the other party's automaton were present. Even if their performance couldn't be compared to the angelic girl, who had placed the laser sword on the neck of the true lord rank, they definitely wouldn't be any worse. Shinobi didn't have the confidence to deal with 5 of them alone. Thus, no matter how unhappy Shinobi was, he could only endure it. Compared to Shinobi, the young man didn't seem to care at all. He shrugged and looked out the window with a smile. Looks like your target is still alive and well. Wu Yan's eyes flashed for a split second before he walked over to the window and looked out of it. This was the third floor of the central lecture hall. The venue of the night meeting was behind the central lecture hall. It was on the lawn between the medical department and the law department. From the window on the third floor of the central lecture hall, one could clearly see the situation of the night meeting. Of course, that place was now replaced by a huge crater. Wu Yan can see the guards forming a cordon around the huge crater. They are chasing the students out of the crater. The discipline and discipline committee members are assisting the guards in collecting the evidence of the students who are present. Other than the guards and disciplinary committee members, even the professors were chased out of the crater. There were only 2 people left in the crater. They weren't the guards or disciplinary committee members. Magnus, who was wearing a silver mask and a black cloak that looked like a battle robe. The dean of the academy, who should have been annihilated by the arrow of the meteor knight, could not be any more dead. At this moment, the principal was conversing with Magnus, who was leading his squadron. It seemed that they were discussing something. The dean's back was facing the central lecture hall, so Wu Yan and the other 2 couldn't see the dean's expression clearly. Magnus, on the other hand, is wearing an ice cube face and a mask. From the surface, it's impossible to tell what the 2 of them are discussing. However, Wu Yan and the young man could guess what they were talking about just by guessing. Looks like in order to prevent himself from being ambushed by some inexplicable people again, the cautious Sir Dean is planning to let the number 1 in the academy, Marshall, who is currently the closest to the Demon King, be his guard to protect his safety. As if he had seen a happy scene, the young man smiled happily. Next, if you want to kill the dean, you'll have to face that monster. Monster? Wu Yan looked at the young man. This was the first time he spoke since he entered the executive department. You're scared of Magnus? Scared? Scared? How can I not be scared? Although he said that, the young man didn't seem to care at all. Magnus' squadron is a super powerful automaton that can fight against 13 people. Even if they really go up against them, they won't be able to do anything, right? Lucian thought to himself. Magnus' squadron is a super powerful automaton that can fight against 13 people. Yes. The young man turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Of course, if the complete control vibration is at the level you mentioned last time, I won't be scared no matter how many of them come. This sentence clearly exposed the fact that the young man still cared about the vector manipulation Wu Yan mentioned last time. Wu Yan looked at the young man with a faint smile. He wanted to let the young man know that Wu Yan wouldn't reveal anything. Then what do you plan to do next? The young man curled his lips in boredom. If you don't kill the dean, even if I don't do it, the Granville family will still have their eyes on Angelique. By then, unless you guys stay by her side 24/7, Angelique will not be able to resist without any power. In the face of such an obvious threat, Wu Yan's expression didn't change from start to finish. Instead, he looked at the boy with pity in his eyes, causing the boy to retract his smile. Without waiting for the young man to say anything, Wu Yan turned around and walked outside. You're being hunted, the young man kindly reminded. I have a way to hide my identity. Don't you need me to help you? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He turned around and taunted her. Do you think everyone is as shameful as you are? With that, Wu Yan led the girls out of the executive department's meeting hall without looking back. It wasn't until Wu Yan left that the young man's expression finally turned gloomy. Young master, Zhen asked with a gloomy expression. Could it be that he has already seen through me? The young man was silent for a while before smiling. Anyway, judging from his attitude, he'll still play with us, right? Hearing this, his heart trembled slightly. In his master's heart, that person changed from a flag to a player? Chapter 1668. Kimberly was sitting on a rather luxurious chair in the middle of the room filled with bookshelves and books. She closed her eyes and tapped her fingers on the armrest, letting the sound echo in the air. Yaya was making tea beside her, but it was obvious that she was absent-minded. Charlotte, on the other hand, was holding Angelette's hand and standing in front of Kimberly with Flay and Raisin. They were all silent as they waited for Kimberly to speak. Sigmund was standing on the back of one of the Garm series automatons. He was standing in the corner of the room with 5 other Garm series automatons. This scene was maintained for a full 10 to 20 minutes, but there was not a single person who spoke, causing the surrounding atmosphere to be filled with a strange sense of heaviness. Perhaps Wu Yan's attack on the dean had a huge impact on Charlotte, Flay, Raisin, and the others. At least, even the most impatient Charlotte was holding Angelette's hand and didn't say anything. If it was under normal circumstances, perhaps this indescribable silence would have been broken. Of course, the owner of the room, Kimberly, didn't intend to let the silence last for too long. A few minutes later, Kimberly opened her eyes. His somewhat cold gaze landed on Angeliette's body. Actually, I really want to capture you and interrogate you directly. Angeliette was clearly shocked by this sentence. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and she couldn't help but hide behind Charlotte. Teacher Kimberly. Charlotte quickly hugged Angelette's shoulder and glared at Kimberly. This has nothing to do with Angelette, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Kimberly glanced at Charlotte. Do you really think that Angeliette had nothing to do with this matter? Charlotte opened her mouth slightly, but she couldn't refute Kimberly's words. It doesn't matter if Mariette had anything to do with Wu Yan's assassination attempt on the dean. She seems to know something. Lejeune chimed in like he's trying to do justice to Wu Yan. After all, before Wu Yan made his move, Angelette had indeed arrived. Angeliette had indeed come to the scene and had Tyrantrex stop him. This also proved that Angeliette had known beforehand that he would make a move on the headmaster, right? Correct. Correct. Kimberly's voice was so calm that it was reminiscent of a machine. She said to the others, "Of course. I'm curious as to why the second daughter of Count Billau, who has been missing for many years, would suddenly appear in the academy. I'm even more suspicious about the fact that she became a student of the academy." After hearing Kimberly's words, Charlotte recalled something and spoke to Angelette in agitation. "Angelette, where have you been all these years? Do you know how worried I was? Where's Mom? You're together, right?" Faced with Charlotte's endless questions, Angelette looked at Charlotte with a pained expression, but she didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. "Angelette." Charlotte couldn't help but raise her voice when she saw that Angelette didn't want to say anything. "Deal with your family matters after this." Kimberly interrupted Charlotte's questioning with dissatisfaction as she glanced at Angelette. "I just want to know if the reason Scarlet Eyes tried to assassinate the dean has anything to do with you?" Angeliette's shoulders trembled. Charlotte, who was holding her, immediately understood. Kimberly, Flay, Lejeune, and the others also understood. Then, Flay involuntarily took a step forward. She was a little timid, but she also spoke with some hope. Wu Yan's assassination on the dean wasn't his own idea, right? Angelette still didn't answer. She only buried her head in Charlotte's arms as if she didn't want to say anything. But it was precisely because of this that it confirmed the authenticity of the sentence just now. Could it be that he was threatened by someone? Charlotte shook her head in disbelief. She said in a negative tone while shaking her head, "That's impossible. He's so strong that even Magnus was once suppressed by him. When I practiced with him, even if I used all my strength, I could only barely fight against his automaton. I've never won against that one." "You've never won against an automaton?" Raisin was shocked. "You're one of the members of the 13. Apart from Magnus, no one else would dare to say that they have a 100% chance of defeating you, right? You can't even do anything to an automaton like him." "I don't want to, but it's the truth." Charlotte smiled bitterly. "His strength is already at a level where he's in a different dimension from me. Just like Magnus, he doesn't give off the feeling of being the strongest. He's invincible." Indeed, Wu Yan is the same as Magnus. They're both the type that's strong enough to make others despair. Raisin was still unwilling, but he still said that. "If that's the case, no one can threaten someone as powerful as him, right? That's why I said you're all brats." Kimberly mocked. "No matter how strong a person is, they can't be stronger than an army. There's nothing they can't use to their advantage. Not to mention." Kimberly looked at Angelette meaningfully. "The bargaining chip that can be used to threaten him is right in front of you." "What do you mean?" Charlotte instinctively stood in front of Angeliette, as though she was trying to cover up her uneasiness. She spoke loudly. Are you trying to say that Angelette is being used as a bargaining chip? I see. Compared to Charlotte, who couldn't accept it, Raisin was enlightened. If someone told Wu Yan that Angelette would die if he didn't kill the dean, then it would make sense. Wah! Charlotte sucked in a breath of cold air and shook her head frantically. Impossible. He has nothing to do with Angelette, right? Why would he kill the dean for Angelette? Mr. Wu Yan didn't kill the dean to save me. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, Angelique couldn't hold it in any longer. She raised her head and shouted at Charlotte with a pale face. Mr. Wu Yan killed the dean for you, big sister. W for me. Charlotte was dumbfounded. It seems like the situation is clear now. Kimberly sighed. Didn't the mastermind tell Scarlet Eyes that if they don't kill the headmaster, Angelique will die? Instead, they said that if they don't kill the headmaster, Tyrantrex's sister will die? Oh right. At this point, who wouldn't be clear? Indeed, Wu Yan wasn't blackmailed into assassinating the dean for Mariette's sake, he did it for Charlotte's sake. Because if he didn't rescue her, it might cause her death. Charlotte, who had gone through untold hardships and came to the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy to study in order to reunite her family, and tried her best to become the Demon King, would be in so much pain that she wouldn't be able to extricate herself from it. Wu Yan, it's because he didn't want Charlotte to suffer that he went to save Angeliette, who has nothing to do with him. He didn't even hesitate to be threatened, and become a criminal who would be sentenced to death. How could this be? Charlotte muttered absent-mindedly as she powerlessly collapsed on the ground. So it's all my fault. Flay couldn't help but turn her head away when she saw Charlotte's absent-minded appearance. Kimberly and Lejeune also couldn't help but sigh. Big sister. Angelette's gaze fluctuated violently. She bit her lips. As expected, Mr. Wu Yan was a special existence to Big Sister. Lady Big Sister. In front of everyone present, Angelette squeezed out those words with a trembling voice. If you want to save Mr. Wu Yan, then kill me. Charlotte's absent-minded eyes shrunk to the size of a needle. Chapter 1669. Just kill me. His trembling voice resounded clearly in the entire room, and also clearly passed into the ears of everyone present. Flay, Kimberly, Raisin, Ye and the others' expressions changed when they heard those words. Charlotte was even more stunned. Angelique. Beside her, Sigmund, who was standing on the back of one of the Garm series automatons, couldn't help but speak sternly. Do you know what you're saying? Angelique forced a miserable smile. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you want to use your own death to free the Scarlet Eyes from the threat of the mastermind behind the scenes? Kimberly didn't know why, but she had an angry expression on her face. You don't even know how to cherish your own life. What a foolish action. Once again, Angeliette bit her lip. She overcame her cowardice and refuted Kimberly's words. If I don't do this, how am I supposed to save Mr. Wu Yan? The mastermind behind the entire incident is using Angelique's life as a threat. That's how he managed to make Wu Yan assassinate the school dean. If the person being used as a threat were to die, the mastermind would no longer have a reason to threaten Wu Yan, and Wu Yan. At least, that's what everyone here thought. Do you think that fellow will be happy if you do this? Raisin took a step forward and looked directly at Angelique. You're the person he's willing to become a criminal to save. If you're willing to give up on yourself, wouldn't everything he's done be in vain? Mr. Wu Yan didn't do it to save me. Angelique shook her head and explained with an expression as if she was about to cry. Mr. Wu Yan only saved me for my big sister. So, Kimberly sneered. You think you're dead? The Scarlet Eyes won't be threatened anymore. Furthermore, you'll be able to escape the crime of assassinating the school dean. Will your big sister be happy? Mariette's mouth opened slightly, opening and closing like a goldfish's mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Don't say any more. And Charlotte, who was sitting on the ground, raised her head abruptly. His soulless expression disappeared in an instant. Instead, his face was filled with determination. He wiped his face and stood up. I won't let you die. Big sister. Angelette said excitedly. But Mr. Wu Yan, I will bring him back. Charlotte clenched her fists. Definitely. His determination is not bad. When Charlotte made up her mind, Kimberly poured cold water on her mercilessly. However, don't you think you're oversimplifying things? Charlot, Henriette, Flay, Les Jeunes Yaya, and the others were slightly stunned. Do you think someone who can threaten Scarlet Eyes is just some random person? Kimberly used a lecturing tone and narrowed her eyes. If he's someone you can deal with in an instant, then with Scarlet Eyes' strength he won't compromise. You mean? Les Jeunes said uncertainly. He's stronger than Wu Yan. In this school there's someone who dares to say he's stronger than Scarlet Eyes. Even Magnus can't say that, right? Kimberly said with admiration and coldness. Just like what Charlotte said, Scarlet Eyes and Magnus are already powerhouses of a different dimension. Although the night gathering has only just begun, in terms of strength alone, the two of them are already qualified to stand in the position of Demon King. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but they agreed with it from the bottom of their hearts. Magnus had already broken the record in the history of the Academy, and was the super genius with the highest score in all of history. In his squadron, every automaton is the highest level existence and has the highest level of performance. Just one of them is enough to fight against 13 people. With 6 of them added together, even a real Demon King wouldn't dare to say he's stronger than him. As for Wu Yan, although his strength was short-lived, every single one of his automaton can fight against 13 people. In terms of numbers, they're not inferior to Magnus. On top of that, Wu Yan's squadron has a perfect combination of magic circuits. Attack, defense, healing, support, and long-range attacks are all taken care of. If they were to fight in a team battle, Magnus' squadron might even be weaker than Wu Yan's squadron. How could such an existence be threatened by a random person who came out of nowhere? No one dares to say they're stronger than Wu Yan? Lei Zhen pondered for a moment before he lifted his head. In other words, the opponent might not be a single person, but an entire faction? Hearing that, Charlotte, Flay, and the others were shocked. You're quite quick-witted. Kimberly nodded in praise before changing the topic. Actually, recently, there's reliable news that proves that the Kingsford family is trying their best to contact the Dean in private. The Kingsford family. Charlotte tilted her head in confusion. Then she seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. Felix. You're saying that the one who's secretly threatening Wu Yan with Angelette's life is the Kingsford family? Lei Zhen looked at Angelette. Angelette seemed to be very afraid of Lei Zhen. She hid behind Charlotte and refused to say a word. Although it's only a guess, it's very reasonable, isn't it? Kimberly looked at everyone present. Because of what happened to Felix, the Kingsford family was attacked by the organizations that the students Felix killed belonged to, causing the Kingsford family to completely lose power in England. There were 2 people who made all of this happen. The one who defeated and arrested Felix is Wu Yan. Lei Zhen's gaze sharpened. And the dean who announced Felix's true identity and convicted him of his crimes. That's right. As long as the dean who convicted Felix is killed, the Kingsford family will be able to do something. Kimberly nodded. For example, there's a rumor that the political enemy of the Kingsford family roped in the dean, and had the dean slander the eldest son of the Kingsford family and killed the dean, the only person who knew about it. What a ridiculous conjecture. Lei Zhen retorted bluntly. Compared to this, there must be more people who would believe that the Kingsford family sent someone to assassinate the dean in order to take revenge on him for causing the Kingsford family to lose their power, right? Perhaps you don't know this, but the Kingsford family has a very good reputation. Kimberly said. They've been doing charity work for many years, so the Kingsford family has a very high position in the hearts of the people. The public will usually side with the people they like. On top of that, Felix used to be very popular in the academy and always appeared kind and benevolent in front of others. Which one do you think the people will believe between the 2 public opinions? Then, Flay's expression became uncertain. If Wu Yan killed the dean, the Kingsford family will push him out to be the scapegoat. Kimberly said. As long as he's the subordinate of the political enemy of the Kingsford family, who colluded with the dean to frame the eldest son of the Kingsford family and killed the dean, the Kingsford family will be able to smoothly return to the political scene. The people who are in the way will all shut up because of the public opinion. Bang. Right after Kimberly said those words, Charlotte slammed the bookshelf beside her. Her face and eyes were burning with anger. I will absolutely not let them succeed. After saying those words, Charlotte turned around and ran out of the room while holding Angelette's hand. Chase after them. Kimberly ordered Flay and Lejeune coldly. Don't let her do anything foolish. Flay and Lejeune finally reacted and hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 1670. Seal. At the same time Charlot pulled Angeliette out of the door, Flay brought the Garm series automaton, Raisin brought Yaya, and Sigmund flapped his wings and chased after them. Calm down, Seal. Sigmund landed on Charlotte's beret and spoke sternly with the words he always used to warn Charlotte. If you act so recklessly, not only will you fail to save Wu Yan, you might even lose your life. Sister, you can't go. Angelette held Charlotte's hand tightly and shook her head desperately. Even if it's sister, you're no match for them. Then do you want me to just stand by and do nothing? Charlotte screamed with a face full of agitation. He's in this state because of me, and the mastermind is the Kingsford family. I'm the one who set up the trap for Felix, and I'm the one who dragged him out. However, I was too naive and didn't expect Felix to attack me. That's why Wu Yan had no choice but to fight Felix. So, I should be the one who caused the Kingsford family to lose their power. Charlotte's eyes were wet as she spoke. But now not only is he being used by others because of me, he's also bearing the consequences for me. How can I just stand by and do nothing? In the end, the fact that the Kingsford family is the mastermind is just teacher Kimberly's guess. Lejeune chased after them with Yaya. She glared at Charlotte. Everything is just a guess. Who knows if it's true? But you said it yourself. It's impossible for a single person to be able to threaten him. Only by relying on the power of an entire force could they possibly threaten him. Right? Charlotte was unmoved. It seemed that she had completely believed that the mastermind behind this was the Kingsford family. Although the Kingsford family has lost their power, their influence is still not enough. However, his influence is still not something a normal person can compare to. Wu Yan alone. No matter how strong he is, an individual's strength is limited, isn't it? According to what you said, there are forces that are comparable to the Kingsford family. How can you be sure that it is the Kingsford family? Lejeune's voice grew louder. Even if the Kingsford family is behind this, as you said, the power of one person is limited. Do you think you can fight against the Kingsford family by yourself? Even if I can't, I'll go, Charlotte shouted. I won't let him bear all this alone. After that, Charlotte turned around once more and wanted to run away. But her two hands were tightly gripped by a pair of slender, yet strong hands. Big sister. Angeliette pursed her lips stubbornly. You can't go. Wu Yan definitely wouldn't want to see you like this. Flay used her red eyes, which were usually filled with weakness but were now filled with determination, to look at Charlotte. He killed the dean because of you. So at the very least, please calm down. Only then can you bring him back, right? Charlotte lowered her head, hiding her expression under her dazzling bangs. Not long after, sparkling liquid silently slid down her face and dripped onto the ground. Sigh. Sigmund sighed. Now what we can be sure of is that the other party isn't just one person. It's an influential force. Otherwise, Wu Yan wouldn't have compromised and Angeliette wouldn't have been able to wander around the academy so freely. She even came to our side. The other party is using Angeliette as a hostage to threaten Wu Yan. Lejeune calmly analyzed. Logically speaking, since Angeliette is with us, the hostage should have been rescued, right? Is there a need for that guy to submit? This proves that the other party has the confidence to threaten Angeliette's life at any time. Sigmund's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. For example, there's someone nearby who's constantly monitoring Angeliette. Hearing that, everyone's body tensed up. That's not the same. There's someone watching. Lejeune turned his gaze towards Angeliette, sizing up her curvaceous body. You stinky man. Angeliette's pretty face immediately turned pale, and she retreated a few steps. What do you want to do to me? Lesion. Yaya's expression was as fierce as an Azura's. You're actually looking at this vixen with such a perverted gaze. Could it be that you've taken a liking to her? At least at this time, can you seriously consider the meaning of my actions? Lei Jun's serious expression crumbled as he screamed like a madman. I'm just wondering if there's a magic bomb or something like pain planted on Angeliette's body. If that's the case, then it makes sense why the other party allowed Angeliette to run around freely. In any case, if Wu Yan or Angeliette wanted to resist, they could detonate some sort of threat in Angeliette's body, and everything would be over. The other party must have the confidence to keep Angeliette's life in their hands. That's why they allowed her to run around freely. Of course, there's also the possibility that there's someone watching Angeliette all the time, ready to take her life at any time. But at the very least, no one here noticed anyone watching them. Flay even asked the automaton of the Garm series to sniff around the surroundings. However, they still did not manage to sniff out the presence of another person in the surroundings. Angeliette. Charlotte seemed to have pulled herself together. She pulled Angeliette's hand and spoke with a worried expression. Did they do anything to you? Angelette fell silent and then slowly broke free from Charlotte's grip. Please don't meddle in my affairs anymore, big sister. Angelette lowered her head, her low voice echoing in the room. Mr. Wu Yan is being threatened, sister is in so much pain, and everyone is so worried because of me. So don't worry about me and let me run my own course. This way Mr. Wu Yan will be able to return. What nonsense are you spouting? Charlotte said angrily. You're my sister. How can I let you run your own course? Angeliette glanced at Charlotte and clenched her teeth. She didn't say anything else and ran into the depths of the forest. Wait. Angeliette. Charlotte was shocked. She wanted to chase after Angeliette, but Sigmund stopped her. Let Angeliette go. Sigmund, why are you? Just like Sigmund said, let Angelette leave our side for now. Lejeune interrupted Charlotte's words. Next, we need to think of a way to bring Wu Yan back. For this, there are many things we need to discuss. If there really is someone watching Angeliette's surroundings, wouldn't bringing Angeliette with us expose our movements to the enemy as well? Charlotte was speechless, but she still spoke with a face full of worry. But I'm afraid Angeliette will take things too hard. Angeliette is the only bargaining chip that can threaten Wu Yan. They won't let this chip slip away. Sigmund said in a deep voice. We can rest assured about Angeliette's safety for now. Charlotte hesitated. After a while, she let out a sigh. I understand. But do you want to get involved as well? He saved me before. Flay said without hesitation. This time, it's my turn to save him. I'm not that familiar with him. Lei Jun and Yaya looked at each other and smiled. However, we agreed to fight again during the award ceremony. If he runs away just like that, I will be troubled. You all. Charlotte turned around and let her choked voice resound in the surroundings. You idiots. Well, in short, let's form a battle line first. Lei Jun smiled and became serious again. Wu Yan's target is the school head. Since the school head is still alive, Wu Yan will definitely find him again. We must stop him from killing the school head. Sigmund's voice was strong and forceful. Once he kills the school head, no matter how many difficulties we have, we will not be able to salvage the situation. Charlot and Flay glanced at each other and nodded their heads heavily. Chapter 1671. Valpurgis Kingly School of Engineering. Griffin Lodge. Charlotte opened the door to her room and brought Sigmund in. She waved her hand and closed the door behind her. She went to her own bed and fell on it. Logically speaking, since the curfew had passed, even if Charlotte was one of the 13, she should have been scolded by the dormitory supervisor for not locking the door when she came back. In the past, it wasn't as if Charlotte hadn't sneaked out at night. Every time, the warden of the Griffin hut would give her a good scolding. However, tonight, Charlotte returned to her room without a hitch. The reason was none other than the glove bearers who were qualified to join the night gathering had the right to postpone their return to their dorm during the night gathering. After all, the night meeting would last until midnight every night, even if the battle ended earlier. Therefore, for the convenience of the glove bearers, The dormitory supervisor would give them the spare key to the main door during the night gathering, allowing them to decide on the time and return to their dorm freely. Thanks to this, Charlotte didn't have to be scolded by the dormitory supervisor at night. Otherwise, with her current agitation, she would have flipped out. She buried her face in her bed and smelled the fragrance from her body. However, Charlotte's mind was in a mess. It wasn't Charlotte's fault. After all, too many things had happened tonight. First, the battlefield of the night assembly was destroyed, and the dean's life was targeted. Then, the battlefield of the night assembly was destroyed. The one who targeted the dean's life was none other than Charlotte's only friend in the academy, or rather, in the world. Again, her long-lost sister suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte and asked her to stop her only friend from murdering the dean. After everything was over for the time being, one after another, the inside stories were revealed. Charlotte's sister was taken as a hostage by someone else in order to save her sister. Charlotte's only friend had no choice but to assassinate the dean and become a criminal worthy of capital punishment. The mastermind behind this is most likely someone that Charlotte admired in the past, but tried to frame Charlotte. In the end, Charlotte found out and caused Felix's family to lose their influence in the political world. Also the Felix family. It should have been Charlotte's own responsibility, but she ended up letting her only friend, her only younger sister, shoulder everything for her. Charlotte, who looked strong but was actually very weak, almost couldn't breathe when the truth came out one after another. She shed tears. Sigmund. Charlotte opened her mouth in a low voice. Tell me, am I a person who brings misfortune to the people around me? Sigh. Sigh. Sigmund seemed to have expected Charlotte to have such a thought. He sighed. Sighed. Do you think everything is your fault? Am I wrong? Charlotte hugged the blanket tightly and buried her head in it. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't control my automaton properly and let it bite someone, Count Bilo's family wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Father, mother, and Anli wouldn't have all disappeared. If Anli didn't go missing, she wouldn't have been taken as a hostage. She's being used to threaten my only friend. Charlotte's voice was getting lower and lower. Those who are close to me all met with misfortune, and those around me left me one after another. Isn't this enough to prove that I'm a person who brings misfortune to others? So, do you think you should be responsible for the misfortune you brought to others? Sigmund landed in front of Charlotte and stared at her, who buried her head in the blanket. The reason you want to stop Wu Yan is because he's doing something you should be responsible for, right? Of course not. Of course not. Charlotte immediately raised his head and looked at Sigmund as he denied it. Because he's my friend, I can't watch him become a criminal who will be ostracized by everyone. Furthermore, he did it for me. Just because he's your friend. Sigmund seemed to be trying to see through Charlotte's heart as he stared into her eyes. Don't tell me you don't think of him as a member of the opposite sex? Charlotte's eyes trembled violently as she became agitated. She wanted to say something, but in the end, the agitation in her eyes turned into sadness. Sigmund's real age was more than 10 times Charlotte's. Ever since Charlotte was born, Sigmund had always been by her side and had never left. Perhaps Charlotte's father didn't understand her, her mother didn't understand her, and even her sister Anne Juliette didn't understand her. However, Sigmund was definitely the person who understood her the most in the world. It was impossible for Charlotte's true thoughts to be hidden from Sigmund. He would be able to see through her with a single glance. And that was the truth. You think you don't have the right to like Wu Yan, right? Every word of Sigmund struck Charlotte's heart. Because you think you're an unfortunate woman. Liking someone will only bring misfortune to him. Because you think you need to revive the Bilo family and find your family. That's why you don't have time to waste on liking someone. Because you used to like Felix. If you fall in love with Wu Yan now, you're an inattentive and frivolous woman. Sigmund lowered his voice and slowly revealed all of Charlotte's worries. I'm right, aren't I? Charlotte went silent. That was a sign of being speechless. In response, Sigmund scolded Charlotte for the first time. Wu Yan can become a criminal who might be sentenced to capital punishment for you. Don't you dare to be mistaken as a frivolous woman for Wu Yan? This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Charlotte. That's right. If Wu Yan can become a criminal for her sake and to save her sister, then why can't she become a frivolous woman for his sake? Even if outsiders look at me like that, even if they look down on me, despise me and spurn me, so what? In the academy, didn't he also live under the same gazes of others? However, Wu Yan bore the weight of these gazes and approached me, becoming my one and only. Then I just need to grab hold of this one and only, right? Anyway, this is how I've been living my life, isn't it? At this moment, all the confusion in Charlotte's heart was swept away, and the thoughts in her mind became clear all of a sudden. I'm sorry, Sigmund. Charlotte sat up and hugged Sigmund. A peaceful smile appeared on her face. Indeed, I've been using the term frivolous woman to avoid my true feelings. I've even forgotten that he's the one who brought light to my life. Are you finally willing to face your true feelings? Sigmund's calm voice was filled with excitement. Indeed, you and Wu Yan have only known each other for a short time. In fact, you were in love with another person not long ago. However, the one who brought light to your life was Wu Yan. When you suffered setbacks, loneliness, and fear, the one who helped you stand up again was Wu Yan. Thus, it is natural for you to like Wu Yan, Sigmund advised. Unlike Felix, who only existed in your imagination, Wu Yan is the one who is worthy of your pursuit. Charles, you must not forget your true feelings. I won't. Sigmund. Charlotte looked out of the window and looked at the full moon and stars hanging high in the night sky. Her resolute words gradually echoed in the cold room. I will bring him back. Not because he is my friend, and not because I feel like I owe him, but because he is the person I like the most. Chapter 1672. The sky was blue and the morning light shone. The cold morning breeze swept across the entire Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy, whistling and blowing to every corner. In the cold breeze, the grass swayed, the leaves flew, and the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects turned into echoes in the forest and gradually spread out, making the morning more peaceful than the night. However, no matter how peaceful it was just on the surface. Whether it was those in the know or those with sharp senses, they could faintly sense that during this period of time, Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy would not be too peaceful. As a matter of fact, what happened last night had spread throughout the entire Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy in a short span of a night. Nowadays, there was almost no one in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy who didn't know about this. The fourth member of the 13 Scarlet Eyes had destroyed the venue of the night gathering when he won the first battle of the night gathering. He even almost killed the principal. It couldn't be helped. There were too many people at the venue of the night gathering last night. Even if there weren't 1,000, there were at least 700 to 800. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan used some kind of defensive means to protect the people at the venue, but he left the principal alive and attacked the principal. There were too many people who saw it. There were too many witnesses. Even if they wanted to deny it, how could they deny it? As for why the fourth of the 13 Scarlet Eyes, who defeated Felix, attacked the principal, the outsiders didn't understand. However, in this world, the most unstoppable thing was rumors. As a result, in response to Scarlet Eyes' attack on the venue of the night gathering, Scarlet Eyes, guess after guess turned into rumors. Instantly, the news spread throughout the Walpurgis Wangli School of Mechanics. Of course, rumors were just rumors. When it fell into the ears of the wise, they knew it couldn't be any more fake, and could only be treated as a joke after a meal. However, as the saying went, even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. Some of the rumors poked at something that was extremely unfavorable to the principal and Wu Yan. It also fell into the hands of some people with bad intentions. Charlotte, who was having breakfast with Sigmund in the student cafeteria, overheard the conversation among the students. Who would have thought that the newcomer, Scarlet Eyes, would actually do something like destroying the night meeting? It's not as simple as destroying the night gathering. Back then, everyone at the venue was protected by an unknown magic spell. Only the principal wasn't protected. On top of that, the arrow shot by Scarlet Eyes that was attacking in midair was also aimed at the dean. Needless to say, Scarlet Eyes must be trying to assassinate the dean. How dare he offend the symbol of the Academy's authority? He's going to be sentenced to death. I thought something was wrong. Say, a freshman who just transferred to the academy was already in the limelight and suppressed Magnus before he even entered the academy. How could a normal person do that? That Scarlet Eyes must be a genius that was specially nurtured by some force. Faction? Could it be a faction that doesn't get along with Felix's Kingsford family? If that's the case, then the matter of Felix being a Kaibal candy. That's right, it's very likely that he was slandered. Hearing this, a lot of noise in the student cafeteria quieted down, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Sigmund couldn't swallow his favorite chicken anymore. Charlotte's hand holding the cutlery couldn't help but tremble. However, the students who didn't notice this continued to brag. Speaking of which, I can't believe that Felix is a Kaibal candy. I still can't believe it. I think it's very suspicious too. But isn't that a crime that all the professors, guards, and disciplinary committee members testified and the dean personally judged? However, I've also heard that the dean refused the investigation team of the Royal Family of England and other forces to investigate the campus. Since we are certain that Felix is a Kaibal candy, why did he refuse other people's investigation? That's right. Also, don't you think the dean's judgment was too fast? So the dean already judged Felix's crime as soon as he caught him. That's very suspicious. On top of that, Felix was captured by the Scarlet Eyes, and now, the Scarlet Eyes is here to assassinate the dean. In other words, Felix was set up by the dean and the Scarlet Eyes. Now the Scarlet Eyes are trying to assassinate the dean and silence him so that the truth will never see the light of day again? That's very likely. That's very possible. After all, even Felix's ranking has been replaced by Scarlet Eyes by the dean. He's just a new student. Even if he's a bit strong, he shouldn't be given such a high ranking right away, right? So to speak, Scarlet Eyes is a genius raised by a certain hostile force of the Kingsford family. He snuck into the academy just to conspire with the dean and frame Felix, so that the Kingsford family would fall, right? It's very possible. After all, we still don't know the background of Scarlet Eyes, don't we? Looks like Scarlet Eyes is an evil gang. Clang! At this moment, the sound of something smashing onto the ground rang out loudly, causing the entire student cafeteria to go completely silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. That was the sound of Charlotte standing up with all her might, causing the chair to fall heavily to the ground. Not only that, but a burst of berserk mana slowly rose from Charlotte's body. It was like a flame that could be seen with the naked eye and entered Sigmund's body, causing his body to emit a radiance of mana. Raising his head, Charlot used his cold, furious, and ruthless gaze to sweep through the entire student cafeteria. Everyone who was swept by his gaze revealed a horrified expression, their faces filled with shock. Then, Charlotte's low voice echoed above the student cafeteria. I dare you to say one more bad word about me. There weren't many students in the cafeteria, but there were still over 100 of them. However, even though there were over 100 people present, not a single one of them made a sound. In fact, their faces were covered with sweat. That was to be expected. Who is this person? Her codename was Tyrantrex. She was the legendary Tyrantrex who was incomparably violent and would attack whenever she wanted to. She was the Tyrantrex who dared to beat up the senior students, destroy the professors' research labs, and blow up the academy's lecture halls. Thus, there was not a single person here who wasn't confident. If there was anyone who dared to speak ill of Wu Yan again, the Tyrantrex would definitely turn the entire cafeteria, and even that person, into ashes. No one would doubt that Charlotte was capable of doing that. Following Charlotte's outburst, the magic power on her body also started to spread through the entire cafeteria. All of the students present turned incomparably pale. Not to mention speaking, they did not even dare to move in the slightest. Tyrantrex. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the entrance of the cafeteria. Charlotte looked toward the source of the voice. The next moment, Flay's gasping appearance as she stood there appeared before Charlotte's eyes. Soon after, Flay said something that caused Charlotte's expression to change on the spot. Found Wu Yan. Chapter 1673. Not far from the central lecture hall of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, there was a mansion-like building. This mansion-like building was the residence of the Dean of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, the strongest magician of the 19th century, Edward Rutherford. Rutherford's personal residence. At this very moment, armed guards were patrolling the surroundings of the mansion. They were very vigilant. Beside the armed guards, there were strange-looking robots that looked like they were made of white wood. Of course, the white material on the robot's body was not made of wood, but of a white metal sheet. The robots were wearing toy-like helmets on their heads. Some were big, some were small. The big ones were 2 meters tall, and the small ones were only the size of a child. Their bodies were made of white iron sheets, and they were holding shields, spears, knight swords, and other weapons. These white robots with weapons were the mass-produced automaton, the Heimgarder, that was assigned to every guard in the Walpurgis Wanli Robotics Academy. In terms of performance, these mass-produced automatons were naturally not comparable to the real high-level automatons. However, as a mass-produced automaton, their performance was not much weaker. At least, in terms of individual performance, the Heimgarder series automaton's performance was not any weaker than the Garm series automaton's performance. However, at this moment, each of the guards was equipped with one such automaton. At the very least, there were 20 to 30 of them following the guards around the dean's mansion on guard. Such tight security. Even if the opponent was a real Demon King-level puppet user, it would take a long time. It would take a long time to break through, let alone an ordinary puppet user. It would be impossible for them to break through such defenses. It could not be helped. Last night, the dean was almost assassinated. He almost lost his life. If it was not for the Academy's #1 Magnus, who knew if the dean would still be alive. Under such circumstances, how could the upper echelons of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy not be on alert and increase their defenses for the dean? Moreover, their enemy was the Scarlet Eyes, who was on par with the Marshal. It was necessary to be on guard. While the guards were patrolling around the dean's mansion with their Heimgarder series automaton, on the rooftop of a building not far from the dean's mansion, a few figures were overlooking the scene. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Nagisa counted with her fingers and was speechless. 27 automatons and 27 guards. Are we really going to break in? The best way is to bypass the guards and use spatial teleportation to directly teleport into the mansion. Natsuki opened her parasol and placed it on her shoulder. She looked down while shielding herself from the sun. But it seems like that's not going to work. It was hard to detect, but anyone who was sensitive to mana would be able to notice it. Around the dean's residence, there was an extremely dim semicircular light film covering a radius of 10 to 20 meters, protecting the residence within. There were also some obscure runes on the light film. They were moving slowly like water ripples. A barrier? Wu Yan stood in front of the girls and he frowned when he saw the light barrier that normal people wouldn't be able to see. From the looks of it, it seems to be a barrier that can isolate the transmission of magic power, right? Mana from the outside won't be able to enter the barrier and mana from the inside won't be able to reach the outside. Naturally, magic from the outside won't be able to affect the inside. That's the nature of the barrier. Natsuki said calmly. If that's the case, even if I teleport into the barrier, my mana will be cut off the moment I enter the barrier. In other words, teleportation will only bring us to the edge of the barrier. The moment we touch the barrier, the teleportation will fail and will be revealed. Wu Yan stroked his chin. If that's the case, we won't be able to teleport into the barrier. We won't be able to blow up the dean and his mansion. So the conclusion is that we have to break in? Nagisa seemed to be excited and nervous at the same time. Then we have to, that's right. Natsuki nodded. If we want to enter the mansion and find the dean, we'll have to fight the guards. If that's the case, we might as well just barge in. Wu Yan made a decision. Take down all the guards. Ikaros and Astria nodded without hesitation. Nagisa and Kanon were a bit nervous. Natsuki looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. Why do I feel like you're excited? Am I? Wu Yan had an innocent look on his face. I'm being threatened. I'm being used. I have no choice but to kill the dean. How can I be excited? What are you up to now? Nothing. It's nothing. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at the dean's mansion. I'm just thinking about how the strongest magician of the 19th century didn't even bother to pursue the matter. He didn't even send anyone to hunt down the assassin. Instead, he hid in his mansion and waited for the assassin to come. It's hilarious. Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were confused by Wu Yan's words. Natsuki smiled as she thought of something. Wu Yan suddenly voiced out in this inexplicable situation. Then let's go. From the moment the headmaster had returned to his residence last night, the surroundings of the headmaster's residence had been strictly forbidden. Apart from the guards, even the disciplinary committee members were not allowed to enter without the headmaster's orders. That's why it's easy for the security guards to patrol the area with their Heimgarter automatons. Other than the dean and the security guards, no one is allowed to enter the mansion. As long as the intruder isn't the dean or the security guards can arrest the intruder on the spot. It's that simple. However, the simpler something is, the easier it is to make a mistake. The guards were only focused on patrolling and trying to find people who had entered the place, but they had completely forgotten about it. There's a possibility that the intruder will attack them. Whoosh! Just like that, a gust of cold wind started blowing around the dean's mansion. The temperature gradually dropped, even dimming the sunlight that shone down from the sky. A gust of cold mist mixed with white cold air suddenly blew in from all directions, instantly covering every corner of the scene. What's going on? What's going on? The guards did not even have time to activate their own mana before they were shocked by this sudden scene. By the time they realized that something was wrong, pieces of crystal-clear ice crystals were quietly falling from the sky like snowflakes. One of the guards didn't even notice that a snowflake-like ice crystal had landed on his shoulder. Clink. Immediately the ice crystal bloomed like a lotus flower, and with a light crisp sound, it turned into an ice flower. Then, the ice flower started spreading on the security guard's body. The guard didn't even have time to react. In less than a second, his entire body was covered in a huge ice flower, and he was frozen. Chapter 1674. Ding. All the guards turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from when they heard the crisp sound. Immediately afterward, the group of guards saw with their own eyes that one of their companions had a vigilant expression on his face. He was completely unaware of what was happening to him. Without being able to react at all, he was frozen by a huge ice flower. When the guards saw their companion turning into a gigantic ice flower, pieces of crystal-clear ice crystals continued to fall from the sky onto the guards, and the automatic puppets of the Heimgarter series that they were equipped with. Ding, 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 ding. At that instant, clear and crisp sounds echoed around the entire dean's mansion. It was like the notes of a beautiful piece of music that reverberated rhythmically in the air. Ding, 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 ding. Every crisp sound was accompanied by a gigantic ice flower that bloomed. The guards were completely covered by the ice flowers that bloomed on their bodies with panic written all over their faces. At the same time, it transformed into a giant ice flower. Frozen by the giant ice flower were the automatons of the Heimgarter series. Enemy attack. The guards finally understood what was going on. One by one, they yelled at the top of their lungs. However, it was already too late when they realized what was going on. Ding, 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 ding. Pieces of ice crystals silently fell on the bodies of the guards one by one, making light sounds. The gigantic ice flowers bloomed one after another, and froze the guards one by one. The guards could only look on in panic, surprise, and horror as the ice flowers bloomed one after another. They were frozen in the ice flowers like specimens. The expressions of panic, surprise, and fear were still vividly displayed on his face. They were also reflected through the translucent ice flower. In less than a minute, the guards and automatic puppets of the Heimgarter series around the dean's mansion were all frozen by the gigantic ice flowers. They were distributed around the dean's mansion lifelike. The entire place fell into a dead silence, not far from the dean's mansion. Amidst the white cold mist that blew in the air, a few figures slowly walked out. Looking around at the guards and automatic puppets of the Heimgarter series that were frozen in the gigantic ice flowers, Wu Yan curled his lips. Nice to look at but useless. Indeed. 27 guards, 27 Heimgarter series automatic puppets with high performance, were all frozen in less than a minute. It was said that among the guards of the Walpurgis Wangley School of Mechanics, most of them were outstanding. Most of them were outstanding puppeteers and graduates who had completed 4 years of school. Each of them was comparable to a glove holder, in terms of strength. They were not weak. Now, Wu Yan was certain that these guards who were comparable to a glove holder would only be around 70 or 80 in terms of strength based on the Night Gathering's ranking, although a large part of the reason was that the guards were careless and were ambushed. That was why they were taken care of so quickly. But no matter what, 27 puppeteers and 27 automatic puppets were taken care of in an instant. It was a little unreasonable. With Wu Yan's strength, he was qualified to make such a comment. Natsuki. He looked up. Looking at the dean's mansion, Wu Yan spoke softly. How is it? I'm fine. Natsuki's figure suddenly appeared beside Wu Yan. I've checked it. It's just a barrier that isolates the transmission of magic. It doesn't have any defensive properties, and it doesn't have any trap effects. There's no need to remove it, just go in. Okay. Wu Yan lifted his feet and led the group of girls towards the entrance of the dean's mansion. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Wait. As the voice sounded, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. A giant dragon with a steel-colored body flew out from the forest in the distance. It rushed into the sky and circled around before it descended from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The ground shook slightly. The ground where the giant steel-colored dragon landed cracked and countless rocks scattered in all directions. The moment the giant steel-colored dragon landed on the ground, figures jumped from the back of the giant steel-colored dragon one after another. They were none other than Charlot, Flay, Raisin, Ye Sigmund, and the 5 Garm series automatons that he had found. Yan. Charlot took a step forward excitedly when he saw Wu Yan and the group of girls standing in the center of the giant ice flowers. However, when he saw the guards frozen in the ice flowers, his gem-like eyes widened. They. Flay, Lejeune, Yaya, and Sigmund all saw the expressions of panic, shock, and fear on the faces of the guards that were frozen in the ice flowers. Astonishment appeared on their faces. Could it be? Don't worry, they're not dead. They're just frozen. When Wu Yan saw the shocked expression on his friends' faces, he chuckled softly as though he could see through their thoughts. Heat up those ice flowers and melt the ice. They'll be able to come out safely. Of course, I can't guarantee that they won't catch a cold or have a fever. When Charlot and the others heard that, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, their hearts felt heavy. When they saw Wu Yan's carefree appearance and how there was not even a speck of dust on his body, as well as the calm expressions of the girls beside him, it was not difficult to imagine that these guards were merely here to deliver food to them. That was a total of 27 guards equipped with automatic puppets of the Heimgarter series, whose performance was comparable to the automatic puppets of the Garm series. If they were to fight against such a group of guards alone, even if it was the strongest puppeteer in the academy other than Magnus, they would still have to consume a lot of magic power to deal with them even if they were not injured. However, Wu Yan was still the same as before. He had a lazy smile on his face. There was not even a single drop of sweat on his face. It is clear that his strength has exceeded the level of a student of the academy. Just like Magnus, he is a true demon king. When Charlot, Flay, Raisin, Yaya, and Sigmund were sizing up Wu Yan, they noticed something different about him. First of all, the group of beautiful girls were still wearing the same white night battle uniform with red edges and a red pleated skirt. However, Wu Yan didn't wear his usual academy uniform. Instead, he wore a black shirt and black casual trousers with a black jacket. His entire outfit is pitch black. Similarly, in that group of young girls, one of the young girls was replaced by another young girl. The lively, cute, and cheerful Nagisa was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, other than Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, and Canon, there was another girl beside Wu Yan. Charlot and the others did not recognize her at all. She was a beautiful girl with long, light golden hair that seemed to be able to change colors. She had a pair of blue eyes that flickered with flames. Her ears were slightly elongated like those of a fairy. She was exceptionally beautiful. The girl's long, Light golden hair fluttered in the wind as if there was an invisible wind blowing. Every time her hair fluttered, the color on it would change into a rainbow. It was like a dreamy mirage. White cold mist fluctuated around her, causing the temperature to drop. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.